Welcome to our workshop on the budget. It's our initial discussion. For those of you that have been through this before, you know that it starts with an initial discussion and then we move on to a number of meetings throughout the fall. And you present us with the balanced budget on what day?
It will be delivered on October 15th, and that's required by state. And then we will go over the budget in great detail over 2 workshop meetings later in October, 22nd and 3rd, I believe.
And those are typically on Saturdays, but this year in an exciting move.
Yes.
They have them on Thursday evenings.
Yeah, we did the same thing last year. If you would remember, we split it into 2 sessions, 2 3-hour sessions. It seemed to go over a lot better. You can absorb it a little bit and then go home and sleep and then come back and discuss a little more, and you're just not completely wiped out at the end. So we're gonna give that another try and see how it goes. And then we will definitely still have time to make changes, you know, a new iteration will come, and then we will adopt in November.
Oh, we going to do the citizen input process.
Absolutely.
That was very successful.
Absolutely, we're planning to do that, and we'll cover that in this workshop as well. And Dolores, I'm gonna share my screen. And I'm actually gonna be switching back and forth between quite a few screens tonight, because we're gonna take this presentation that I have in pieces, instead of going through the entire thing and then going back for questions. We're gonna take it in pieces, I'll pause, we'll discuss, we'll move on and keep going back and forth that way. And hopefully you do have all of this information available to you in your packets, so we'll just kick it off with the agenda. The first thing we're gonna go through are some drafts of a couple of long-range financial plans. We've been working on a couple of those. We'll review fund balances, a couple of operating budget items of note for 2026. We'll review a draft of the 2026 capital plan. And then we'll talk about the citizen budget input survey and then the next steps. So we're going to kick it off with the long range financial plans. You have not seen these before. We did draft one for the general fund and one for the water and wastewater fund as a combined fund. These are definitely a starting point. They're in no way near final. And in fact, long range financial plans are never final because they are very fluid, constantly being changed. So they're really just, you know, going to continue to be updated and refined with additional capital projects, equipment replacement and development projects as we get those in. You will note that there is no hotel built into these, things like that. We're going to work on those as they come in and as they become more known. So this is very current state, if you will. And the intent is to help us assist with discussion and decision-making. And I am planning on creating additional plans for the remaining funds, but we're just going to take a look at these first ones that I have tonight. So the reasons why we create these are, we really want to move from reactive to proactive. We tend to look at things just on an annual basis, which is simple to do, but sometimes not always the best process as we need to look into, you know, a more forward thinking. We're going to hopefully help us align our finances with our priorities and the community needs. And it also shows a little bit of transparency and accountability on our part that, you know, there is a reason why your fees might be increasing or decreasing, or there is a reason why we can't do X, Y, and Z because we need to do, you know, A, B, and C first, and, you know, things like that. So it does improve a little bit of predictability, and it strengthens our decisions with data driven, and hopefully build some public trust towards fiscal stewardship. So I'm going to pause there and I'm going to start with the general fund. plan that I created, and hopefully this is gonna probably show up pretty small. You do have access to these in your packet. I'll increase it as much as I can. It's big on my screen. It's not big on this screen. I don't know if there's anything else we can do, but, this is the general fund. I did start with the beginning fund balance taken from, the audit that was done. So those are current. It's got 2025 budgeted numbers and then a couple of predictions for 2026. 2026 is nowhere near finalized. This is just for illustrative purposes. But basically, as you work your way down, it shows all the types of revenue. Some of them are combined, the different departments that we have. And it gives you a total revenue, and then it gives you your operating expenses, and then a net operating income. What you want to see is always that your revenues are covering your operating expenses first, before debt service, before capital, before transfers, things like that. It's always important to cover your operating expenses first. That's why I highlighted these revenue and expenses in blue so that you can see as we're moving forward, when we get into the red, we don't want to be there. A couple of things to take into account is that, and I highlighted, is police budget is currently for 2026 as they are proposing, and for 2027. All other expenses follow an inflationary factor, which is built in at the bottom and can be changed as more is known. In addition, the revenues, I highlighted the property tax for a reason. This is based on the preliminary certification and us, the town opting to take the max that we are able to take. However, running the calculation, we do have to take the lower of the, if you recall, we are only allowed to, per Tabor laws, we can only increase 5.5%, not including growth. There is another factor that is a Tabor calculation, and we have to take the lower of the two. This is unfortunately the first year that I've seen the Tabor calculation be lower than the 5.5%. And it is likely, it potentially could be due to, you know, things that happened last year, but this is actually the lower of the two. We can't take, as of right now, with the preliminary certification, we can't take the 5.5%. That's about 20,000 higher. This would be if we took, if we just took the max Tabor. It's looking like about a 16.5 mil. So that's just preliminary discussion. Just for this, it does also include a 1%.
20,000?
It's about $20,000 from the 5.5 versus the lower Tabor, which we have to take. So the sales tax is extremely conservative right now at a 1%. And I just used that 1% going forward. And for property tax, I just used 5.5% going forward, does not take into account any growth or, you know, any other extenuating circumstances such as reassessing some of the properties that may have not been assessed correctly in the past. Most of our other revenues for purposes of this are just kept flat. So again, annually we will revise those, but this is very simplistic and conservative. So as you go down, you see we continue to add to the flood reserve. Eventually that stops. And then our capital projects here for the first 5 years are based on what we have in our capital plan that is known. Then there's a placeholder for 500,000 and it goes up from there. Again, this is not necessarily the year that those types of things are going to happen, but they're capital projects that we've identified that need to be done. So that kind of just illustrates that. Then you get to an ending fund balance, and then what we take out the 3-month reserve and what we like to consider our total funds available for spending. We get into the red. So,
That's the other
yeah,
question.
absolutely.
Forgive my ignorance, but on the, ending fund balances,
Mhm.
what's the parenthetical red text versus the 2026 and 2027 black text?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
We're in the hole. We're projected to be in the hole, overspent, we don't have enough money. In that year, should everything happen exact, which we can't do everything exactly, and it's because of the capital. $1.3 million, we're short. So what happens, and you'll see this, you'll see the ending fund balance, it comes back up to the top.
Yes,
And then we start all over again, right? So the ending fund balance of 1.4, we pick up from here because we then retake and recalculate our 3-month reserve. So our ending fund balance becomes our beginning fund balance of the next year. So when we end with $1.4 million in ending fund balance, we begin in 2026 with $1.4 million. We take into account our revenues, we take into account our expenses, and then we subtract out the 3-month operating reserve again. So we're not double counting it.
Can you please remind me why the capital project fund is over $1 million in 2027?
Yes, and we will actually take a look at that as
Okay.
well, but I can take you to the capital tab here. And these will look very familiar, yeah, because you'll see it you'll see it in there. And one of those columns is a combination of 3 years, which equals the total, it's like $4 million or something like that. So we have to, smooth that out a little, but in the end, without additional assistance, we won't be able to do those. So this is just illustrating the need for additional assistance, the need for additional revenue, the need for less expenditures by being in the red.
We had I remember right about a $400,000, leftover, unspent and not yet reallocated funds from 2024 to 2025. How does that factor into the numbers?
It is up here in the available fund balance. So this available fund balance, the beginning fund balance, has been updated to include that overage. So really what a lot of that's funding, because you can see, our operating revenue and our operating expenses are positive. So really what that's going to end up funding is capital. And it should. Anything left over from a prior year should move forward to fund one-time expenses. You never want to heavily rely on that from a year to year to year to go over your operating expenses. Your current revenues for the year should cover your current expenditures for the year. So it's really a couple of things here. We have police budget increasing 33% in 2026, which we'll get into after a little bit. And all other expenses are increasing by the inflationary estimate of 3.5%. Whereas our revenues, we're not expecting to see major increases. Maybe property tax, hopefully sales tax. It'd be great if sales tax continued increasing at the rate that it is now. This is just very conservative because as we know, we're definitely not going to be getting as much marijuana revenue from the state. That's going to be cut.
We have less businesses.
We have less businesses, so until some of those things increase, we can't artificially inflate this yet without knowing and without having, some more assurances that and data that it's going to actually happen. If we get a hotel, this thing changes completely because we will get sales tax, we'll get the one-time use tax, we'll get lodging tax. So that is a complete game changer. and could completely take us out of the red for a while. You know, capital will continue to probably need some assistance, especially as we get into some of those larger projects, but if we get a hotel, that is a great scenario for the town. Financial
I
wise.
just like to underscore that because there've been ongoing debates on social media and elsewhere. Ever since the hotel was unanimously approved by the trial. Why do we need this hotel? It's, you know. Well, I don't, you know, it's something we don't need on Main Street. Those old buildings will find. This is why we need the hotel, and that's why it was a unanimous decision when the board approved it, because if we don't get it, we're in the red on the budget.
Yeah.
And guess who we would have to look to make up that, we can't go in the red, we're not allowed to.
Mhm.
Guess who we have to look at, make up that difference.
Yeah, the taxpayers.
And that was 2 boards ago. That was, it was unanimous, you know, we saw the writing on the wall 2 boards ago.
Yeah, and that's why I think having these long-range plans available to the public, it's important. It's important to see even just the 5-year outlook. You know, don't look at the 40-year outlook, but the 5-year outlook is,
One of the things I
alarming.
would add to, back in 2017 or 18, I was even on the board, we did the Lions, the Lions planning area master plan, the LPA, and the consultant that we had to do that made this specific point. If you don't get some growth in the Eastern Corridor or a hotel or somewhere that produces more commercial property tax and sales tax, you're gonna be in the red long term.
Yeah.
And so this was actually predicted back, you know, almost 8 years ago.
yeah, commercial buildings are great. They're even better when they're retail. Because you get property tax and sales tax, so this is really just, definitely to help answer questions. I will refine the 2026 column more as we get into the budget. Is it gonna drastically change the overall picture? No. It's not. It's gonna help it might help 2026 a little bit, but, you know, these are the decisions and a financial picture to help us make these decisions as we move forward, with specifically, in this case, in the general fund. Any additional questions on this one specifically?
What's the transfers?
The transfers in are for the allocated expenses, so we have expenses and it's its own specific department. For example, our software, certain, our insurance, or some of our larger ones, that we allocate those out to all of the funds. And so those funds essentially transfer back to help pay for it. The general fund picks up the majority of them, but, the other funds pick up a portion of them as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Could I make one suggestion? I would like to see going forward, lodging tax broken out separately from other taxes. I know
Absolutely.
it hasn't been
Mhm.
a consequential amount so far, but should we ever get a hotel, I'd want to track that differently.
Yeah.
And I say for another reason, I believe that our #1 lodging facility that we have now that produces the most lodging tax is going away by the end of next year.
Mhm. Mhm.
So I think it would be good to track that.
Yeah.
So,
Cassie, we'll have to make sure there's at least 3. Won't we,
oh, sure.
businesses,
Lodging, we have plenty. We have.
all the STRs.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And also, I think, Plant Bluegrass is supposed to start paying full freight starting 2026.
Mhm.
That's also
Yeah.
what we're tracking.
Absolutely. I will break that out. I can easily do that.
It's a good idea.
Any other questions on general fund? We're in fund. The next one we have built is the water and sewer. Specifically built this one as we, you know, move into larger capital projects, as we discuss rate increases. Should they be annual? Should in small amounts? Should we only do CPI? Right now, the only thing built in here is the required wastewater CPI increase. There's no water rate increases built in. I do have this one broke up a little bit different. Water is in revenues in one section, wastewater in the other section, and same with expenses and capital. Operating, you can see here we don't have the same red that we do. We're doing well with our operating expenses. Once you get debt service in there, it decreases it a little bit more, but, it's the capital that, gets us into the red. So, with the wastewater plant coming up, potentially some water line replacements coming up. You know, we do need to look at how are we gonna fund those? Should we be looking at smaller annual, more proactive increases like we do with the sewer on the water side as well? You know, that's a discussion right now. I just have the wastewater built in to equal inflation and nothing for the water side, so this is something that, that we need to look at as well.
We have from Longmont, right, a projection of what their rates to us are going, their wholesale rates.
Yeah, they're not out as far as they were before. I think they're only out a few years. But
That may be something we should look at as a budget policy of basically tracking our wholesale water supply costs with Longmont, just like we do inflation for the wastewater fund, because we know it's coming. And we've been absorbing most of those. Basically, it's been going up for a while now, but
the last rate increase was based on trying to take account of 3 or 4 years of Longmont's increase.
maybe we should start planning that on an annual basis, because that's a cost we really can't control.
Yeah.
We know it's coming.
It'll be less of a shock to residents if we align it with Longmont, they can see how and why it's happening.
And I think it's more explainable if, they'll not increase the first this year, we have increased.
Yeah.
That's what you get from Son of Longmont.
Yeah, and we can do, so I have inflation built in there, which ties into our wastewater increase. I can add a row that says Longmont rate increase, and, then we can build that in and try and just tie it like that, so it's more visible as to why we're doing what we're doing. Yeah. But you'll see as we get into the capital piece that 2027 is projected to be a pretty high capital year if we want wastewater and water line.
If we borrow most of the money for the wastewater
Mhm.
improvements, and that
Then that
goes
was,
into a debt service.
Mhm.
right out.
Yeah, so we have that debt service, line up here is
That's-
currently 300,000. It would likely add, 200. No, it'd probably add, well, depends on how much we borrow, actually.
What's the current 10-year run of that debt service? What is that note?
The wastewater treatment plant.
Is it that's the last 10 years of it, or is this a
Yes.
10-year bond?
No, this is the last
Since the
10,
flood.
yeah, this is the last,
That's what we took to,
Yeah.
to rebuild after the flood.
yeah, this is the last of it, so this year is
2030.
30, yeah.
34.
Right,
Yeah.
it was in 2014.
Yeah, so, and we are required to hold a debt service reserve in addition to our O&M reserve, operation and maintenance, so that's 409,000. Would they let us overlap and say that's for both, or would they require us to increase and double that? Hard to say. But, yes, if we take on debt, or maybe we get a grant, that would be wonderful, but it would smooth that out a little bit better.
Couple of comments I've noted on this. One is it shows 0 in tap fees after this year.
Right, that's, so we can build those in with
Yeah,
the notes,
that assumes no
growth.
growth, basically. We've talked recently, we'll be talking later tonight about what growth projections for lines and user. I'll just say, if we were really gonna add 87 residential units plus some commercial, we would be showing 0 tap fees.
Right,
And also, this also shows, doesn't have the revenue factor for any cash in lieu payments realized for our water streams. And that's why when we've discussed several times recently, we're sitting on somewhere around $500,000 of water shares that we probably don't need for expansion within the existing town limits. If we can monetize that, this is where it would come out. And that's
Right.
why I kept focusing on, we need to try to find a way to dispose of our excess water share. Go straight to the bottom line here, but it's 0 of us we can do that. the QED and the utilities director have already said when new developments of whatever kind come along, we need to focus on getting cash in the revenue for our excess water shares.
Yeah, it would definitely, because it's one time. And these are one time,
Yeah.
perfect use of that is capital.
Yep.
You don't wanna rely on those ongoing, but perfect use is one-time capital projects.
Dave?
I assume the 5 years capital, like, for both, or it comes from the
Yes,
capital fund.
Yes.
So where does, when we met a while back and looked at that detailed
mhm,
asset sheet, and
Mhm.
kind of,
yeah,
where does that show up?
It- there's still a lot of work from a capital perspective. Our engineer Justin Doles is currently working on the water line
Okay.
piece of that, and it's huge.
Well,
It
and
is
the
huge.
reason I bring that up, because I mean, this is known things we would need to
Mhm.
do, but as
Absolutely,
we know, all these
Yes.
assets depreciate over time, and we
Mhm.
need to, you know,
Yes, I
consider
think-
that.
I think the intent was to just create a picture that even
Sure.
with our known,
No,
Yeah.
exactly,
we are not in a sustainable pattern right now.
yeah.
right,
It's
And
and it's
only
gonna get a lot worse
And
if
it's
we
gonna
add
get
that
a
in.
lot worse.
When we do, yes, it will get, more in the red.
Okay.
Yes.
Related to that, under the water, capital projects in
Mhm.
2027, there's a $2.26 million item, is that the Apple Valley water line?
It is, yeah,
But that one kind of depends on what
right,
the study to be done,
Mhm.
is gonna be done this year, that'll be the next year, shows needs to be done. So
yeah.
that's a maybe depending on.
Mhm. Yeah, so does it move out to future years? Probably, because, I mean, right now doesn't, even if we were to fund the treatment plant completely with a loan, it might be hard to do that whole project as well. So, yeah, just something to think about, food for thought. I'm not trying to use this as a scare tactic, but it's just kind of reality and where we're at and, trying to be a little proactive instead of just looking at the current year.
So the, wastewater capital projects there for 2027 through 29.
Mhm.
They total about $6 million. Is that the estimated cost that we had? I don't have my study with me.
Only the 3 million, I think, is the plan. The other ones are then other
4.5.
projects we have out. If you look at the 5-year capital plan, that's what was put in here. Again, this was just putting together a basic format for you guys to look at. It hasn't been all filled out with the capital or the long range planning yet. But yes, we took the 5-year capital plan that we had and just, Cassie put that in there.
Okay.
And of course, that depends on, what the design comes back with
Right,
and
I
what we
think
can
that 3
afford to
million
do
is
and-
going up
I think-
based on the design.
Yeah, I actually put it in as 4.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4.5, so. We'll see what happens. Any additional questions on this long range plan? Okay. Back to the slides. I'm just gonna keep it up here like this because it's easier for me to toggle back and forth. So I do have the estimated fund balances for 2025. So these take into account, this will basically be what we start the 2026 budget with. There's these fund balances. They should include any additional 2025 appropriations that we've made this year that haven't formally been in a budget amendment yet, but have been approved by the board. So the wastewater study or design, all sorts of, we've done some general fund, we have some 2024 rollovers that come into play here. So all of that is taken into account. So this is where we're starting. And it does, when you look at this, it looks healthy because a lot of times during budget, we take them down pretty low. After meeting our reserve requirement, we take them down pretty low. So when you see 600,000, that's great. But then you saw exactly how it got eaten up quickly for 2026. So that's why it's important to look at these long-term instead of staying within the year, because it's so easy to say we are in such good position. But we have to be a little bit more forward-thinking. So here's our, for the, most of the operating funds, and then for the capital funds, I broke it out separate. As you know, we have one capital fund. We have the sales tax, the 0.5 sales tax that's dedicated to capital. Has a different bottom line number because we also have the streets capital. We did use additional streets capital this year over what we budgeted. And that was approved, when we got the bids in for the pavement project. So this is what's remaining. After 2025 and estimated it's going to be remaining. So we will start 2026 with 379,000, almost 380,000 in our, just our sales tax from when we approved that. So that's a nice cushion to start with. That's something, you know, should we need it for stormwater, whether we don't get a grant for the culvert, or, you know, we do have it. And then in 2026, you know, we'll just keep building on it. So that's a nice little cushion for us to have, should we not get any grant funding.
For 194, 115 for streets capital is after all the expenditure of the streets projects that we.
For this year, correct, and after our transfer, I don't remember what we, may have been 100,000, I can't remember, from the general fund, but that's what will be remaining. So we'll wanna keep that in mind. The 2026 budget, you'll see in capital does have, it continues the pavement preservation and pavement projects that were in the CAPS, study, so those are in there. Any questions on fund balances before I move on?
You might want to explain to you trustee Williams about the reserve.
Oh, right,
That's
so
different.
we,
So this is.
I'll go back to this, so we do after we get our fund balance, we have a policy that we keep 3 months of expenses held off into a reserve for an emergency. So those are just for our operational funds, so it's an operating reserve should something, you know, we receive something awful happens.
Government shuts down.
Yeah, the government shuts down, or we have a big fire in a commercial area, you know, something awful. But we do have that reserve set aside if we need it,
So
so,
that's the minimum we can reserve.
yeah, I mean, it would
And
be
there has
great
been
to.
times where we were zero remaining, so it does look healthy at a glance.
Right.
That is quickly eaten up in 26 and 7.
And is there a separate working capital reserve, or do you use that for working?
That's the next.
That's, yeah, so this is, and it's a little different, when I hear working capital, corporate finance, is that what you're more familiar with, maybe? Yeah, so this is, a fund that is just for capital purposes. It's not a reserve, it's just allocated fund balance that we usually would eat up pretty quickly. We don't quite yet have a use dedicated for the sales tax that was just approved last year, but I think we're eyeing a couple of possibilities with stormwater projects, so. Yeah, there is no really reserve for capital.
What I'm really asking is, for operating purposes, do you keep a reserve to resolve time differences?
That would be this operation reserve, yeah,
3
yeah, the
months.
3 months. Mhm.
Can you please remind me what the Conservation Trust Fund is again?
The lottery funds,
Thank you.
only able to be used for parks, trails, things like that, specific
Capital
dedicated
projects.
use. Yeah. This year in 2025, we are split funding the,
New parking lot.
nope, it's the, excuse me, it's the, oh gosh.
Oh, the
Stream
stream
bank.
bank.
It's a stream bank.
The stream bank.
I didn't want to call it the wrong stream bank. Yes, it's a stream bank project. So we're split, we're
At
using
Laverne
some of
Johnson.
those with parks. Okay. So now I'm gonna move into some operating budget items of note for 2026. The first one is the Boulder County Sheriff. So they're proposing an increase of 209,000 or 33% to their budget. This adds one FTE, an additional deputy for backfill purposes, giving us 3.5 deputies, and they would like to add 0.5 additional in 2027, plus their normal annual increase.
So when we talked about this last year, there was an eyebrow raising increase last year, and I believe that they made a commitment to us that this coming year, it would be a certain amount, and it was far less than $209,000.
I would agree. And I did question that as well.
We were anticipating 125.
Yeah.
That
We're
was,
getting close to double where we were a couple of years ago.
yes, and this staffing is to cover 50% coverage in our community.
Once we get to 4
Once we get
deputies,
to 4.
they're saying it covers 50% deputies in our, so not even 24-hour coverage. If you want to think of it, 12 hours a day.
A shift and a half, right?
Yeah.
12 hours. So
Yeah.
there's nobody here from 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock on to the next morning.
No, well, they're driving.
I think it's, yeah,
It's split.
it's split
But
probably.
we've had a long discussion with their budgeting person. We've asked for more data. We've asked for a few more statistics and a 33% increase in 1 year is significant, as you can all imagine. And as part of that, it doesn't even cover half of it. But the next item, we're recommending we do not fill Cassidy's position. That's one of the few ways to only cover, gosh, not even a third of that.
And I will say, can I mention my calculations today?
Sure.
So I disagree with their calculations of how many FTEs are needed to cover 50%. I did my own calculations with my own assumptions. I did ask for additional information. And I'll just bring up my calculation. And I just did this today because we got additional information on Friday. So I have not presented this to them yet, but by my calculation for 50% coverage, you're looking at 12 hours a day for 365 days. That's 438 or 4,380 annual hours. What they're talking about for backfill, and it is truly needed, is if you have one deputy that also takes vacation, sick, holidays, training, you need to have another deputy to fill in, to backfill. So my calculation, and I do have, this is some of the items I need to get worked out, is the total unavailable hours due to these things is about 416 hours. So that means available hours per deputy for one FTE is 1664. If you take our need, or what they're saying they cover, of 4,380 and divide it by that 1664, you get an FTE need of 2.63. Round up, 3 FTEs, 3 deputies. My calculation does not show that 4 full deputies are needed for 50% coverage. I'm waiting to hear back on some of these items, but if we were to do 4.0 FTE for 50% coverage, that's saying that one deputy is only available 1,100 hours. That they're taking almost half of their time is unavailable, because one FTE full-time is 2,080 hours. That's my calculation. I don't quite understand how they're getting that we need 4 FTE deputies for 50% coverage.
And conversations are ongoing.
Oh, yeah.
They are ongoing.
Yeah.
They are ongoing. They want us to be on par with Netherlands, and they're comparing us, to Netherlands, Superior, but I still don't see, if they're using the same calculation, I don't know, but for what they're indicating that we get and how many FTEs they need to give us 50%, I would argue that this number that they're proposing should go down by half an FTE and then not increase again next year by another half an FTE.
So how many are we paying for this year?
We
Yeah.
have 2.5 FTEs for deputies. That doesn't include the detective. No, it doesn't include the detective.
Sergeant, yes.
Sergeant counts as a
Doesn't
deputy. It
include-
doesn't include the detective 0.5 FT. It doesn't include animal control 0.2. So we just take those aside. We pay for those.
So we're at 2.5 and they want us to get to 4.
For 50% coverage. They're
And you're right,
indicating,
your math, you can tweak in a couple of the numbers, but that's pretty spot on.
yeah, and I think, yeah, so do I think it makes sense to round up from our 2.5 to 3? It makes sense,
Yeah.
For backfill purposes, but I don't see the need of 3.5 this year, and I don't see the need of 4 if we're only getting 50% coverage.
Yeah, you know, I'm just frankly quite shocked that we haven't heard of anything from the sheriff up until this point. I feel like we get a regular report at every meeting. And never once have I heard him say, oh my gosh, we're scrambling in lines. We need some more people. We need some more help. I think we need to add an FT. I mean, has anybody heard that this past 6 months or to a year? Like, this has come like out of left field to me.
They told us last year.
Right, I just haven't heard any accounts, any data, anything from the sergeant that would have us believe that there is a need for more coverage or more deputy.
Well, I
understand
think
what is one.
during the budget discussions we've had over the past couple years, they have indicated and have told us that they need to start increasing for these backfills. That makes absolute sense to me. I anticipated a 0.5 FTE increase for this year. And so that's why,
Such a big gap.
such a big gap, yeah, so I think that I would like to see what their calculations are. They don't show us the specific calculations like this, so I would be interested to see that.
Who do these numbers come from? Does it come from the Boulder County Sheriff's Office
Yeah.
or the Sergeant Chris?
No, sheriff's
Yeah,
office.
they have budget analysts and, people that
I
work
think the
there.
reason we haven't heard anything here is when all was said and done, we're gonna have 3 deputies here, teacher and police chief, right? We had Cody, we've got Bill, and now we've got, I forget her name, I'm sure we take the over.
We're gonna interview her next week.
Yeah, so maybe that's why we're not getting any of the information.
Just the dinner number.
And we did let them know that, it's possible that at the September 15th meeting, it might be good for them to come and help explain part of this, during the sheriff's.
We tried to explain that to us. This is a big number. And that it's gonna create a reduction, at least one person, if not more, depending on what direction the board gives us. And but he, like we said, we've asked for a lot of data. I asked for calls for service in 80540 versus within the town of Lyons. Cause I think a lot of their response is in 80540. And I wanna make sure we're not getting counted as those as hours.
Yeah, we shouldn't be paying.
It should
Boulder
be
County
independent.
for those minutes.
Well, to be honest, I'd love to hear Sergeant Chris, opinion on this because he's been here on the ground in Lyons for the past several months. I don't know if he's allowed an opinion, but I just feel like we haven't had any reason to believe that we didn't have enough coverage up until this point.
I think we felt for a couple of years that they were very short-staffed, remember, and they went to time and a half for extra duty and some things were double time. Cause there weren't enough. And so they're starting to finally get people in those positions, but it takes, training's more than a year to be a competent officer on roads. And so I think they're finally catching up with hiring and getting to fill these now. So,
Yeah.
but we had anticipated 125.
And with, to help answer your question, I think one of the points that they're trying to make is, we have been giving you this coverage, but you haven't been paying for this coverage due to the
That's what they
backfill
said.
purposes. So they've been giving us this coverage is what they're saying,
Yes.
but we haven't been paying for it due to not having these extra FTEs for backfill. Is one of their points that they're saying.
We had a sweetheart deal for.
Yes.
years.
Yes,
Many years.
yes, and
in the
they
detective
have
too.
gone back in years and gone through the history.
No,
show
that
us
was
that.
It sounds to me like they're trying to recoup what they lost in the past.
Yeah.
And that was on them.
Yes.
That's not on us. It
Well-
also seems to me that they have not been very forthcoming with us, that this gets us as a surprise each year. It's the third time I've seen it, we've been surprised all 3 times,
Yeah,
so.
we knew it was coming, the increases, but not at this level.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're not getting info through the year. None of this makes sense to me.
And so, yeah, if you look back at that first page of operating, the big spreadsheet, you'll see
Mhm.
that next year.
Yeah.
They said to plan, it would be over $1 million. I think it was 1,042,000 or something, so.
I'm not suggesting this at all, not suggesting this. What would it cost us to have our own?
Yeah,
It would be pricey.
it would be more than that, and you would add
Yes,
the
sir.
liability, but. There's also the opposite of that was brought up. What happens if we just have them respond to 911? As a county,
You think
Like
about
Niwot.
Niwot, Niwot is an improvement district, they're not a town. They're covered under Boulder County.
so there are some things to think about here and discuss, but we wanted to get this in front of you as your first time seeing it. We've had a chance to look at it a bit.
And I'll propose this calculation to them to help see and understand where their differences are, because I don't see it yet, and it's probably because I don't see the weeds. But I would like to see the weeds, so.
We're gonna look at the weeds, and then if you guys want to bring them in, if our explanation isn't sufficient, you know, them.
Are there any other statutory tax, I'm sorry.
So,
Ned.
well, I'm just wondering if there's any way that they can provide us, if they are coming to, is there any way they can provide us with a 5-year or 10-year plan so that we can anticipate these costs over the long term? I just feel like
Yeah, we can.
having this like plus 33%, like all of a sudden.
Yeah,
I feel like we need to be able to anticipate a little bit, right?
on a town with a budget as small as ours and as stretched as ours, we can't.
We can't just
We
like
can't
find
manage.
the extra.
No, and I'm also
$200,000.
curious to know, I know that the staffing shortages really, shot way up during COVID. And I'm curious to know the number of deputies that were in town prior to COVID, like let's say 2017, 2019.
Well, I know what we were paying for, was less than this. I don't know that that means, I don't know if that equates to exactly how many deputies were in town. But I believe they threw out 1.4 FTEs is where we started.
Being charged for,
Mhm.
they're receiving.
But receiving more because of backfills and because our contract, our IGA states that the 50%. It states the 50% coverage, so when we had 1.4 that we were paying for. And they're saying, it takes 4.
Are there other statutory towns that do not have their own agreements, their own agreements?
There's a listserv out there right now going around. I sent it
there
to you
is,
today.
yeah.
There, other small communities are kind of weighing in if they have their own department or their SO and their budgets. So I saw that today and just sent it to you, probably if you see it. So we'll get some more info.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think your point is well taken that, it's not our fault that
No.
we should not be paying for a mistake that they made. Going back.
Joe was
decades.
nice to us, Joe was good.
In Boulder County, it's just Ned and since Superior also.
Superior.
Yes.
They actually don't have their own police departments.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, or
Superior.
Like Niwot and Ward, they're
What is Jamestown?
Yeah, but Jamestown.
Jamestown, just county response.
Yeah.
I assume in the contract that we get reimbursed for use of the depot.
No,
No,
that's, we provide that.
we pay for that, we pay for the flock cameras, I think we paid for some radar guns, we paid for the janitorial.
For the speed signs.
For the speed sign.
And like Flock, I think the majority of what happens with that is really county and statewide versus in town. So, yeah, we may need to have more discussion on this one.
Yeah, this is a big one.
So, sorry. It's my understanding that we have an IGA with Boulder County for the use of the sheriff's office. And when, do we review that IGA every year? I'm just, I mean,
It was long-term, it was
I'd have to look at-
2015
I'd have to.
was
look
the
at
last
that.
one, and it had 10 years, and then it has a renewal, if not, it extends unless one party gives their.
so we haven't really looked at it since 2015.
Well, we look at it every year, but I mean, nothing has really changed since then.
Like, why should we? I feel like we should.
Well, when we do a budget, we can gear up a whole session on this item if
I
you
think we
like.
need to dig over.
I mean, because they were in the, they haven't been in the depot building for that long, just a couple of years,
Yeah,
right? Prior
If
to
it
that.
says
were the
that
brown
we'll
building.
provide the adequate substation space for the staffing, yeah,
Okay.
it doesn't identify where.
I will continue to update the board as if I hear anything different on this, FTE calculation. Other operating budget items of note, personnel wise, as Victoria mentioned, we are planning to actually reduce that planning position. So reduction in FTE. We do have healthcare increases this year, which are being seen nationwide. So 13.5% is what they have told us in an increase in healthcare. And then 2026 inflation estimate right now is 3.5%, and that's based off of the second quarter economic outlook from the state. So we're looking at potential COLA merit combination this year. We usually do a COLA only, and then in prior years, every 2 to 3 years, we've done salary surveys. We did do one this year. And we likely cannot afford to do, to bring us in line, with other communities. What happens, if you remember, is we were so far behind that we brought our maximum ranges to the average, and then brought everybody to at least the minimum of that average. So many people are still at the minimum of the new range. I don't think that we can afford to move those ranges again, but instead move people within the range based on COLA and merit. Because some of them are significant again. You know, the data we were using was 2023 CML survey, which, you know, was for our 2024 budget. So that gets us a little further behind. And so that's what we're looking at anyways, as of inflation and merit.
These are the things that are currently built in to our proposed budget.
Yeah, to where I'm playing with the numbers and trying to get us balanced. The other thing is, that I wanted to bring up is utility rate increases if we decide to do them. I think the timing of the ordinances, needs to be reviewed and adjusted a little bit, similar to what we did with the camping fee increases. What we've done before is we've approved the ordinances at the end of the year. Well, then that doesn't go into effect really, because you have to have the second reading and then you have to have the 30 days. So we're not getting full year revenue out of those. We're looking at the increases, you know, into March, April type timeframe. So, just food for thought, if we wanted to look at those, might be better to do that sooner rather than later if we want a full year. So just something to think about. Now we'll get into capital. So that is included the draft, staff adjusted those priorities, and we did adjust a couple for future year inflations. 2030 and beyond are really placeholders for future needs, you know, like town hall replacements, storage building replacements, things like that. So I'll bring that up here and we can talk about the capital plan, and see if anybody has any questions, suggestions. prioritization as it stands right now, it's mostly prioritized with staff, where staff thinks is the most higher priorities. I would say with the exception of stormwater, those are probably two very equally prioritized. So they're just there. So for general fund, we've got our capital rebuild projects, about 270,000 there. We did put in annual sidewalk installation. We are doing a large sidewalk project this year. So this $35,000 is more just to get us some, you know, if we have a smaller project or something that comes up. We've got trucks that are constantly needing pretty high maintenance costs. I think the last one was like a 2004 that I saw come through that had a couple grand in maintenance costs. So this is a truck replacement, which is split between parks and general fund. And then some basic town hall maintenance, windows, new windows, and some replacement of
Just a few windows.
just a couple windows, yeah. And a couple areas of carpet.
Carpet.
Can I ask a question about the town hall items? So the town hall's not ADA compliant, and at what point does Sirsa start getting us for that?
It'll be either when someone pushes the point, or we do a modification of more than 50% of the value of the building. Or there's a trustee or staff that needs it.
Do we have a sense of what it would take to?
Oh. Total remodel. I mean, you can't even, that's not ADA right here. It would, the front doors don't have clothes, you know, they're not lightweight, they don't have the push buttons, the bathrooms are not accessible at all. It would be tremendous.
I'm a little confused about the $600,000 for the stream bank. Have we been in contact with Boulder County Housing Authority? My impression when we met with them was that they had $700,000 to spend on those lots, but it looks like here they're intending us to do the stream bank restoration.
The funds would come to us, so she has to
So-
show them as that.
So if you see in my column I, the amount of outside funding available is 600,000, so it would be a wash. So it sounds like, if I understand it correctly, we're basically a pass-through.
Mhm.
They,
But why does it even enter into our budget? It's a Boulder County.
Because she has to account for it if we get a check from them. She has to show it as both a receipt and
Why
then
did we get a check from them?
payable. Because it's from Boulder County and then it's going to Boulder County Housing Authority. That's my
That doesn't
understanding.
sound right. That
That's
doesn't
what they
sound right.
explained to us.
It looks like they're giving us $600,000 for either the purchase of the lots or the stream bank restoration, which we don't intend to do. They said they were going.
Yeah,
So why does the money even change hands?
it has to.
Who says?
Well, it's because of the funding source. It's affordable housing tax dollars that they have earmarked to Lions if we take it. And so they would write a check to, it's an accounting thing.
yeah, I don't quite understand the
Mhm.
details behind it, but if they write a check to us and we give the money
To the housing authority.
to the housing authority. Yeah, it would have to, we would have to show it as a
Because of the
pass-through.
way
I don't-
that, the way the tax was set up, and this is one of the questions when they came to us originally and asked for our support about this tax.
Mhm.
One of my questions was, well, how are you gonna decide who gets the money? And, you know, what are the details? And there wasn't really a good answer at that time. But if the tax is set up so that any taxes need to go directly to a municipality,
Mhm.
then that's why Lions would need to be pass through for this. So that the county could show, oh, these funds are going to Lions, Lions is going to,
And we
Give
can
them
do
right
the
back
work
to
ourselves
DCHA.
and spend it. They just thought they could do it cheaper as part of the mobilization and grading of the lot.
This IGA will be on the, to consider this transaction will be on the board agenda on September 15th, and there will be representatives from Boulder County Housing, who also represent BCHA and can explain why kind of in the Boulder County Commissioners, when they approved how this fund structure was set up, that it was set up this way. So if you're okay, they'll be here in the next meeting.
That's why it says placeholder.
Yeah.
Well,
It just-
and it's not in the 2026 budget
Right.
for that reason. It's too. There is a lot of unknown, yeah, and it is just a placeholder. I originally had it just blank with no money in there, but it's just in there as a placeholder. It will not show up in the
Unless it happens.
2026
Yeah.
budget unless that actually happens. And if it actually happens and it's after our budget adoption or whatever, it would be an amendment.
Yeah.
However, it works its way out.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So can I just assume that everything that's listed in the 2025 budget column will be completed by the end of this year?
Not necessarily.
Because I'm looking at the three-phase power.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Not necessarily.
Okay.
So,
Okay,
the reason it's in the budget is because it's currently budgeted.
got it.
And the
Budget.
three-phase power might even have a note down there that says we're not doing it in 2025.
Oh, will not be used in 2025.
yeah.
Sorry.
So it's just showing there because
Okay.
it's currently
It's what we've
there
done
and we
before.
haven't
That's where it was.
reallocated it to anything else yet, but likely it will. If we don't use it for anything else, it will go unused and it'll roll back into fund balance. But are there any questions or do you feel strongly of anything should be prioritized differently in the 2026 budget under the general fund portion? That's kind of the intent of what I'm trying to get to today is because we'll be doing balancing. I want to make sure I get the right priorities, for staff and for board consideration. So just starting with the general fund, if anybody sees anything that they feel strongly needs to move forward.
Yes, first item, so it's 2026, Third Avenue in Hillwall, 2027, Second Avenue in Kelly. I think we need to have a substantial board discussion about that. My view of that is, I have seen several instances in which town staff, to me, to a citizen who would see this, keeps trying to prioritize Third Avenue or Second Avenue. I think it's exactly backwards. I also don't know why Ewald and Kelly are even on them. There are a number of other streets related potential projects in various columns, some of them in 2027, some of them 2030 and beyond. That from my view, should not even be on this list until we take care of Second Avenue. That's why I sent those pictures of it. Second Avenue is a failed, dangerous street about which we got more input than any other budget item for capital items last year. Third Avenue is resurfaced from Main Street to State Route now. It has curb and gutter on the east side. It's going to get sidewalks from, as I understand it, Main Street down to State Route as part of the south and so forth. Safe Routes to School upgrade that we're now doing. Second Avenue has no sidewalks. We need to fix Second Avenue, and I do not want to see, this is my personal view, but people listen to any budget responses last year, other items to prioritize over Second Avenue. We need to figure out how to use the half-cent sales tax, what's left in the streets capital fund. We had a view towards looking for Second Avenue years ago when the streets fund was started. And we need to look at that in various components. How much will it take to do Second Avenue street? This keeps being referred to as a stormwater project. The people who drive it every day, it's a streets project. Yes, you need to do the stormwater so that the new street doesn't fluctuate. It's both. But to me, it's a streets project. We need to look for what the streets portion of Second Avenue will cost. Stormwater portion, the same things for Third Avenue. And sidewalks, sidewalks is something be nice to have. Sidewalk cost was too much, it puts us over budget for Second Avenue. Maybe we don't do a sidewalk. But we need to look at all those different components and prioritize. To me, priority number one is fixing Second Avenue. And in that regard, in the 2027-2029 Streets Capital Program Rehabilitation and Preservation, it's the mill and overlay that we're doing now. $900,000. That's a huge item, particularly if you remember the red lines on the bottom lines on your projected budget. we may need to take another look, that we may need to pause that degree of, well overlay, the mill overlay, the chip seals, if we need some of that money to do Second Avenue. That's a big ticket item. So that's just my comments. So let's have.
Right, if you-
Discuss these priorities and try to
What's the
set
word
them.
discuss?
And I don't think Second Avenue should be prioritized, as it seems to
Well, I think
repeatedly happen.
the design, so Second Avenue needs to be designed
Yes,
first,
and we're doing that in 26.
right?
And we were intending to do stormwater curb and street together. What I'm hearing is trustee Browning would like to just see the street done, but if it doesn't have appropriate stormwater, it's going to run you in the street.
Right.
So the design is being done in 26. Is that anywhere in this plan?
That is part
The
of.
stormwater
stormwater.
down
Right,
below, the
stormwater.
second and third stormwater. And, yeah, for second.
Oh, got
down
it.
in the stormwater, Second and Third Avenue design and construction north of Main. 126,
So,
which would be the loan.
And if you
Yeah.
recall, the Third Avenue, this was all discussed last year in your budgeting. And we'll have the engineer come when we get to this in more detail. But that pavement assessment, if you get behind on that, then streets will go from a mill and overlay to, from a chip seal to a full mill and overlay. And I think that's why in 26, we were gonna do third and design second and third. And then do the work on second and 27.
Where we
That was the
discussed,
rationale,
we discussed doing nothing in 26 and
because
just putting that money to the side for
Well, it was-
27.
it was because we're
But
gonna
we
be doing
had the
safe
money
routes. in
And
20.
thought we wanted to do some streets in 26 because we wanna keep doing streets. So while we do the design for the stormwater and the street of Second Avenue, what do we do while we're waiting for that to get finished? And that's where third was in, but we did talk about potentially. Do we not put it in because Second Avenue is the priority?
Mhm.
Or do we try to get it done while we're waiting for the design of Second Avenue?
But you did the Third Avenue overlay chip seal last year. It's already
This is
done.
only the
This is only
cemetery to
cemetery.
Stickney.
One block.
And so what we
Done
did,
post travel part of it, done last year. It's in great shape. I sent a picture.
so the 2.9 for Second and Third Avenue design and construction. So if the design is in progress, when is the design expected to be completed, in 2026 or in 2027?
We need to get the loan first. And then go and do the design and then construction.
so we did take into account, the comment of it's a streets and a stormwater project. So what we did was, normally, if we would have said for the loan, can you pay for all the streets, all the stormwater, which it sounded like they were willing to do. But, so what we did was we took out the streets portion, and so now the general fund is going to fund the streets portion, which means less to the stormwater fund. Because it is considered streets and stormwater, so otherwise this 2.9 was more like 3.4 or somewhere like that.
Yep.
So we're taking some of the general fund money and saying, okay, this is streets portion, so we're gonna fund that with general fund dollars. And then the stormwater fund then will be on the hook for the stormwater piece, which we're still trying to, the loan process is just long with them. So,
If we use the stormwater fund to do the, culvert repairs,
mhm,
it's gonna be either 250,000 or 500,000.
Mhm.
If you can't get a grant,
mhm,
that's gonna exhaust the stormwater.
it will, and it will likely take,
And so. we're
Sales
gonna
and use
need
tax.
to Look to streets, the general fund, to do whatever we do on Second Avenue, including stormwater portion, drainage portion of it.
mhm,
And that can be done because, as we also, you don't just redo the street, but stormwater wash it away, so that's necessary to maintain the streets, so.
mhm.
As a practical matter, that's gonna have to be funded out of the streets.
Yeah, or the sales tax as a part of.
Including the general fund, the assets.
Yeah.
That's gonna have source of. for that project, and
Yes,
there's not gonna be enough money left in the stormwater.
Yeah.
To contribute anything.
yeah, so likely that would go to pay the debt service. The sales
And,
tax.
and when it comes time to do design, I hope we'll see separate design estimates of sidewalks. For whatever is on Ewald and Kelling, or the upper portion of Third Avenue. So we need to prioritize even on those streets, like the most traveled portion of that street. And if there's side streets that connect to it, we need to know how much additional that's gonna be costing, we have to prioritize. It'd be nice to redo Kelly Drive for go down into seven. You can afford it. And it's not a heaven turn, so you use you.
And there are sidewalks already from the cemetery for 1 block.
And they're gonna be sidewalks for 2 more full blocks. of
Yeah,
Third
I
Avenue.
know, which, it's funny because we call them the sidewalks to nowhere, but now they're gonna be sidewalks to somewhere.
Right, and then for Third Avenue and Ewald, it's the $260,000 on the budget compared to the 3 million we're talking about for the other.
And can I ask what the margin of error is on that 2.9 million for design and construction? I mean, are we expecting that to be pretty accurate, or are we within 10%, or? How do we feel about that 2.9?
I mean, things seem to always grow because we run into concerns here or there, or as trustee Browning just mentioned, if we start to add in a side street comes in, High or Old Main coming into Second Avenue. So this was a basic street, curb gutter. I don't know if Second has sidewalk, I didn't remember if that's in there, I'd have to double check.
So we should probably discuss that, scope of the project as a separate item, so we don't go back to it today, but I've got some things I would like to, designers to consider, tell me if they've got, say, funds and sidewalks is one of them. But you had a good comment, the LLMR, $350,000 item, I thought our decision on that was that it basically was not worth putting in unless we could get a grant fund. And so it's there in 2027, 2029 plan, should it be in the 2030 and beyond, and just so depending on grant funding. So that's there, and then
Okay.
along the same lines that I just talked about, Second Avenue getting priority, when I see down toward the bottom of the general fund, Railroad Avenue and Park Street TBD. Again, I would classify those as things that might be nice to do someday. But not until we take care of Second Avenue, and those, I think those should probably go to the 2030 and beyond. Which I call that column the wish list column. I think those should probably be moved under the wish list instead of specified for a particular time.
I think it would be interesting to find out, you know, I know we're gonna talk about the survey that's gonna go out to the public. I wonder if, we might consider adding a question about what streets respondents think should be prioritized, because I think about Second Avenue, and believe me, I walk my dogs down there and I'm roller skating in my gym shoes. You know, it's hard to walk on. And then I think about Park and Railroad and the number of people who utilize each street, you know, so I think we should just see what the residents think about what should be prioritized when it comes to streets, right?
One more thing I'll throw out just for general consideration, Tank Hill, $60,000, 2027 to 2029. My suggestion on that is before we spend a dime on it, spend back the Apple Valley Water Treatment Plant. Stick a for sale sign on it, so that anybody take that off the fire. And actually pay us money for it. The top of that hill, it's a half-acre flat property, would be the most beautiful home lot in town if somebody wants to buy it. And just like getting rid of the old land on Apple Valley, it's the cost of acquiring that property, getting rid of that thing. Maybe you get something in the scrap metal market for it. Somebody could be, perhaps stunning residential development up there. It wouldn't cost the town anything, and we would raise the property values of the surrounding property, particularly along Steep Drive, the whole drive where they overlook that up real too. You had all kinds of things, so that's just an idea, instead of spending money on it, so.
Couple things in the parking lot. I know we got a couple letters this week from some Confluence residents and they really don't want to see any upgrades to the, I assume that's for the Confluence parcel upgrades. Is that for the park over there?
No, it's just part of the plan that was adopted by the board at the time. It had a budget involved with each of the parcels. And Dave just every year puts a little there in case that board decides to, but, no, there's no specific plans for it. It was what was in the adopted, just like our stormwater and pavement plans, it was what they suggested. We put away to do what the plan identified the community wanted at that time.
That's a good point. Even though we understand this last column, but I thought a wish list to placeholders, even like that. When the public sees these on there, they don't understand that.
Yeah.
And I wonder if we should go through this list, the wish list, and take some things out of it that isn't cause our turn.
It's causing-
Roundabouts on Main Street and High Street. There would be a huge controversy if you ever propose that. Why should it be in there? Look, this looks to citizens like this is something we've decided to do and just are ready to fund.
Instead of doing that and losing the ideas, maybe we just relabel the column.
As needed,
Future
projects and
considerations.
wish list, yeah.
Yeah.
Are we gonna do the parks separately?
Well, we just, we have
Just
just
a
a
few
few here.
minutes.
On parts. See the long list of items that we basically maintenance repair replacement type of thing. In the, give credit where credit is due, former trustee Mike Fairfax, every time a budget would come up about parks, he would remind us all. You put all these things in the parks, they're very expensive to take care of. It's nice to have all these things before us in the park, but the more you put in there, the more it increases your long-term costs. And this is exactly what he was talking. And every time we want to add a parks amenity, we've got to think about what's it gonna cost us long term. We may even ought to look at some of these and determine, are they used enough to justify maintaining them at considerable expense, or are there some of these park communities that we should do away with? This would be downsized.
I think you may be talking in particular about the item in here for the old LVRP parking and playground picnic area for 505K. The 30K, I understand is gonna be for the parking that they're gonna do this year. We already authorized that. But the rest of it makes no sense to me. I mean, we've always assumed that the Lions Valley River Park was a natural area and was want to have it in that. In fact, it's a carry in, carry out type of deal. To suggest now that we can put a playground and a picnic area there, it seems to fly in the face of everything that the meetings that we had post-flood, the things that were considered, and the things that were then dismissed, and the final analysis, people said just let it be a natural area. So I don't know what they're thinking about.
Can you point out where you're?
It's part again of an adopted plan to put that in as the next phase of Lions Valley River Park. So
okay.
Dave was just identifying all the different capital projects that different plans have in them.
But it seems.
But we can do wish list or not.
Planning, that determination has already been made about what this location is to be. In fact, I mean, it's loaded with signs that said this is a natural one, you don't want to. People seem quite happy with it. I don't understand why we'd even consider putting in further amenities in there beyond the parking lot that we have to put in because we lost one. So
That's another, that's why I'm saying I'm wondering if we shouldn't go through some of these items, take some of them out. Another bigger dollar example is fixing the Upper Steamboat Valley drainage area. It's in here for $8 million. It's part of the stormwater master plan. That's why it's in there. But the most recent estimate we got for that is 15 million. We're not gonna be able to do it. And so I think cutting this list down to things that we may actually have some reasonable try to do someday would be helpful. It will be more realistic. Not distract the public as much, focus our attention more on the things that may actually be achievable, instead of things that are out playing with them and everything.
So my only question to that is how then do you track projects that have decided in prior plans to a city board? If you're not tracking them? Or how do you not lose sight of those plans that were decided? in
As
advance?
boards and commissions assigned each of those. And anybody who looked at those plans, those stormwater management, plans, for example, you know what's so.
Okay, and having been through this process a number of times, I know many of us have. Priorities change, right? Priorities change depending on the economy, depending on the natural disaster of the moment, depending on a lot of different things. And I can totally see the point of not wanting to have kind of red herrings in a 5-year capital plan. And I wonder if there's a way to keep them in the plan so we can keep track of historically what other boards have considered, while making it clear that we, this board, are not considering these items at this time.
You could do a whole other set that says, you know, other major items in plans, you list them all there, somebody knows, yeah, you need to do it, it'd be nice to do stormwater drainage, it'd be nice to do.
I don't wanna lose the historical perspective.
But basically break them out from the things that we might actually. Things from them.
So it's 10 till, so we're at time. Is it, Cassie, is there anything else you wanna
Let's go
cover?
through can you go through the input real quick?
Yeah,
What
yeah.
wanna-
Do you have, so this last slide is basically what the survey asked last year, the results from the survey. What would you like to ask this year? In addition to just general, what would you like to see in the budget? Last year we had them rank capital projects. If there's anything specific, we are open to suggestions, and we can discuss it in general business if you want to think about it.
Yeah, I would like to see, sidewalk pedestrian safety is always a big deal. I would like to see, if there's a way we can ask people to rank the importance of one street
Mhm.
ahead of another street.
Do we want to give specific street names or just have them say what is the most important street to you and let them, and then we can group them like answers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Except then it may not match the pavement thing. That's the hard part is people may want their street done. But if it means we don't do a certain street and it goes to a mill and overlay, that's gonna, I mean, you guys are responsible for that. But if we list the top 5 on the next list, we could do something like that.
Well, when do you need the questions by? When you aiming to set up the survey?
We'd like to get it up soon.
Yeah, I think I had a due date of the end of the month so it depends on how long we want to give the public for feedback.
So maybe next meeting, we could just bring back a draft to us, and we can talk about it at our
Sure.
meeting.
Sure, we
So
can do
that we're all on
that.
the
And
same
then
page.
are you okay if we take that 2030 and beyond column and break it into actual 2030 projects we know versus I don't even know what you want to call the last one, but because it's not everybody.
Future consideration.
Yeah.
Yeah, future considerations, would that be helpful? Okay, all right.
I think that almost, I would say, I think maybe we want to add a few things, but I think the questionnaire last year worked very well. That's the most input we've had from the public on budgets since I've been with the board. I know, so, but that was a good response we got.
And the prior years too.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much. Thanks
You're
for
welcome.
all your hard work on
Yeah.
this.
And
In
then
the beginning.
your last slide, you got the dates.
Oh, sorry, yes,
Get
sorry.
the dates on
On
your
the
calendar,
dates.
please. Yeah.
So we'll deliver the balanced budget October 15th. Those 2 budget workshops are, Victoria's had them in her admin report a couple of times, but the time, that we have slated is 2 to 5 p.m. If there's, a number, if it's significant, doesn't work for significant number, we can discuss those terms as well. Just let us know.
And you'll be here in person for that?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. I know
Thank you.
You do such a great job on these.
Oh,
areas.
thanks. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a break until 7.
Thank you.
Be a full house. Welcome. I will call the Tuesday, September 2nd, 2025 Board of Trustees meeting to order. Can we have the roll call?
Yes, Mayor Rogan,
Present.
Pro Tem Williams, Trustee Hamrick, Trustee Dottie,
Present.
Trustee Lowell,
Present.
Trustee Browning,
Present.
and Trustee Williams.
Please rise for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
you. I'll read the land acknowledgement, then we'll take a reflective moment of silence. We must acknowledge with respect as non-native people that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Sure.
Is there a second?
Second.
Anything anyone would like to amend? I would like to remove item 9.3, the HPC report. The HPC chair is not going to be here today. Is there a second? Second. So then that amendment.
That motion passes unanimously.
Right, let's vote on the agenda as amended.
And that also passes unanimously.
Okay, so now's the time for audience business. Welcome. I think there's a sign-in sheet going around. Have it, right? If you haven't signed in and you'd like to speak, you can go ahead and do that once we get through the list. You will have 4 minutes, please, and we ask that you state your name and address for the record. And keep your comments to things that pertain to the town, address them to the entire board and not one person. And then after everybody has had an opportunity to speak, each board member will have an opportunity to respond, and then staff will have an opportunity to respond. And that's so if there's an item that's later on the agenda that you're addressing, you don't have to sit here through the whole meeting. Unless you want to, you're totally welcome. Okay, did I cover everything?
So first on the list, we have Gil Sparks, followed by Para Justice.
Good evening, board. Yeah, welcome back, Mayor Rogan. It's nice to have you there. I want to report on 2 things tonight. One is the Lions View Foundation Grants Program, which is currently open and will close on Friday. As of this morning, we'd only received 8 grant applications for a total of 42,000 against a pot of 115,000. Now, this is the last week, and we realistically expect there will be some last minute submissions. But if you know folks that might be eligible or interested in applying, certainly would encourage them to get their application in no later than Friday. That said, we have a good volunteer grant review committee that we invite. If there's anybody you know that'd be interested in learning about our grant program and participating in the review and selection of grant candidates, we welcome. So we would ask you to pass that along. Couple of things. Our maximum grant is $7,000. Last year we had 25 applicants and we awarded almost $94,000. So we're expecting to get to the top end. And a large portion of that is the mental health monies that town provided for that. We're expecting those applications to come in. So switching gears, for those of you who were able to attend Hootenanny this weekend, my perspective, what a great venue, what a great event.
We shortened the time a little bit, pressed it down. People I'm talking to say it was probably a record crowd of people that came through and saw that event, that venue. One thing we are asking people to do, because we're gonna be sitting down and talking to Chris and Sarah about continuing there in the future. So anybody who wants to weigh in on a positive note about how they enjoyed the event, and we encourage them to continue to hold it there in the future, we would appreciate that. As of this morning, we had collected almost $42,000. We still have a number of silent auction items that we're trying to reach out to the successful bidders and get those distributed and paid for. So we think the number will move toward 45,000 or a little better. Which by my recollection way is gonna be a record. Now, I want to say a big thank you to Leaf, under the Tim Hensey's helm. This has been the most collaborative venture between Lions Community Foundation and Leaf in the 5 years that we've had the hoop man. So it's been a real joy working with your, the event. So thank you for what support you provided, and hopefully we'll be able to do it again in the future. Thank you.
Next is Karen Justice, followed by Pam Barnes.
Hi, trustees. My name is Kara Justice. I live at 346 Park Street. And I just wanted to first start by thanking you for your time, your service to our town. And I hope you've had a chance to read my letter. I know it was long and emotional, and truly I appreciate your patience with taking it in and taking the time to sit with it. We're here as a group of the Confluence neighbors for the third time in 7 months, asking for the same thing. Please pause all permitting on the Dr. Bob parcels until we as a town can create a transparent, community-driven process for what happens next. Since the FEMA maps were redrawn just 10 months ago, there's been a noticeable shift in land use. Projects are being approved that look very different from what was even possible a year ago. And these changes aren't being discussed publicly. They're showing up on our doors with door knockers 24 hours before they're installed. They're being buried in administrator reports. It feels rushed, it feels sneaky, and it keeps happening. At the same time, the town is proposing $375,000 for confluence improvements in the 2026 budget for 2027 and beyond, on top of what already had been developed. We've asked what these funds include, and we haven't received an answer. Just lost my place, sorry, bear with me. Meanwhile, our existing infrastructure is struggling. I own another property near First and Old Main, and nearly every rainstorm floods the alley, and sometimes leaking into our building. Stormwater and drainage have been known issues there since the 90s, and still nothing's been done. So I'm not asking you to actually pause, I'm asking you to refocus. Let's continue fire mitigation, but pause permits, FEMA and HUD land, pause all development on FEMA and HUD land. Redirect these future funding toward infrastructure, towards the needs of the residents who live here, and pay taxes. That's where I want to see my money go. Over the next couple of years, let's take a time to come together as a community and remap the development process for these properties, since the mapping has changed. These rules have changed. Let's have a conversation about that. Let's respond with intention. And let's be honest about the timing. The town has budgeted $150,000 for confluence improvements in 27, sorry, and $250,000 in 2030 and beyond. If the funding isn't coming for years, why are we pushing and approving permitting and development now? Let's wait until we actually have the resources and a shared plan to move forward reasonably. Let's fix what's broken. Let's protect what we already have. And let's do this together and do it right. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I forgot to mention no applause, but if you're a Confluence neighbor, you're here with Kara supporting her, could you raise your hand so that the board can see? Thank you very much.
Next is Pam Barnes, followed by Michelle Leonard.
Pam Barnes, 443 Prospect. I normally speak unscripted and from the heart. But since it didn't go very well the last time I was here, I did write some things down. This is in reference to the proposal for amplified events at the. I'm unclear whether they're nonprofit sites, in the confluence. Could you please be specific about what kind of events and the type of amplification? I think there's 4 groups and sites, but I'm not really sure about that either. The Botanic Garden, the Community Orchard, the Food Forest on Fifth, and the Confluence Circle. I don't know if that's a group. Have they all requested this proposal or just one group? I'm wondering if this is an idea from only 2 people. Could you clarify? I'm of the firmly held belief that we are not a town with parks. Instead, we are a small community within abundant parkland. I know there are town residents who look at the buyout properties and feel we have so much land, we need to do something with it. It's nice the way it is now, we should do nothing more. We have fantastic parks with lots of amenities. To keep the lower confluence space as natural as possible is what we desire in the neighborhood. It seems to be human nature for many that the more one has, the more one wants. Please don't have that thinking change our neighborhood. When talk comes up about empty properties in the neighborhood, it can't help but bring up old feelings that we weren't wanted back after the flood. This especially is true for the lower street. Thank you.
Next is Michelle Leonard, followed by Tom Bishop.
Hello, my name is Michelle Leonard and I live at 338 Park Street. I recently met with some of you and very happy to do that. Very happy to be here tonight. I'm really standing here to make sure that you received my letter, which is yet another expression of what you've already heard. So it is now part of the public record. Is that correct? I didn't receive confirmation, sorry.
Oh, I'm wrong.
Yeah. Okay, that's it. I won't waste your time. We just want to have an open dialogue. We want everything transparent. We really would prefer if there weren't changes to the lots, the permitting, rewriting the permitting for the lots in the confluence or on the buyout lots without a very transparent public discussion, any changes like that. So thank you very much. Thank you for your service.
And last I have Tom Bishop.
You want to call for the board? Awesome. Until this gets soon.
Tom Bishop,
A water source.
Tom Bishop, 338 Park Street. Yes, we would like to have a moratorium on any development of that property. Of that area, including any installation of the water. It's a surprise that we just found out about. And I just like to, say what I usually have to say when I come here, which is that, we did make an agreement after 4 years of trauma. We made an agreement 12 years ago that that property in perpetuity would remain as it is, not be developed. And again, it's I appreciate all of their hard work, but it is a little disheartening to have to come back, every few months. They reiterate that there was a decision made about that in perpetuity, and all of a sudden, seems like between meetings, new elements arise or something that was not mentioned during the previous meeting comes to light. And it's just very frustrating. So I, It's a beautiful open space. Let's leave it as it is. And let's adhere to the agreement that we made 12 years ago. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to come up and speak for them?
Hi. Hi, everyone. Good to see you all. Thanks for everything you guys do here.
Could you give us your last name?
Yeah, Ryan Chicheri, 420 Prospect. So just some scattered thoughts because I didn't really have a chance to prepare anything, though I read some letters and I agree with a lot of what's been said, but I mean, I do want to say that I really appreciate what Glenn has done down there with the orchard and their whole squad. I think it's beautiful and lovely. I thought the Orchard Festival was really nice. I really love what Garima has done down there with the botanical garden. I think it's a lovely amenity to have in town, so really grateful for that. To the extent that I have a strong opinion about this, it's really just, I just want to make sure you all know, because if you don't live there, you might not know. On certain weekends for certain events, and then also just somewhat consistently, it's a bit of a zoo down there, with parking and traffic. And I mean, I lived in the heart of Washington DC, so I'm not gonna compare it to that. It's not that kind of zoo, but it's actually, for what it is, it's pretty crazy. And I would like to kind of hear from you folks what the intention is in terms of the parking situation, because you have the lots in Bone that are pay lots, I believe. But those lots are always empty and Prospect Street is always parked out end to end. So everybody's figured it out. Google Maps makes it pretty easy. So people are just parking for free down there, which I don't know where that revenue goes. I don't know what it's intended for, but it seems like we want to be capturing it. The other thing that happens is, again, because of Google Maps and everyone's on their phone, we get a lot of people who are like, how do I get there? What's the thing? It looks like this street I can park. And by the time they're at our house, either they've taken a pass by Garima's by car, like they try to drive down what used to be Mealy, and then they come back and they're very angry, and then they're speeding down our road very angrily, waiting to park. So again, it's not all the time, but there are some times when it's pretty frustrating. So I don't know what you all want to do about the parking situation down there. The other thing that happens a lot is people dump stuff down there, like vehicles for longer periods of time. There's been quite a few RVs that were left down there for long periods of time, just because somebody lives on a hill and they're worried about it, or they have no place to put it. I'm incredibly annoying, so I always call the sheriff's department within 24 hours and have them come down and start contacting people and writing tickets. But yeah, it's a little frustrating that, there's kind of an impression of like, if I need to dump something, I know where I can dump it, it doesn't feel great. So that's just kind of one corner of this broader issue of what you want to do with like events and stuff. And, I'm kind of open to hearing different ideas on that, but there's a lot of kids in the neighborhood now. There's a lot of dogs in the neighborhood now. The roads are very wide. And there's a lot of speeding. I don't know what the roads are in comparison to code. I don't know what they are in comparison to other parts of town. Maybe it's because all the trees are gone, that they feel wider, but it feels like a raceway. And a lot of people are coming in off 7. A lot of people are in a rush to get where they're going, whether it's the river or whatever, and people are driving really fast. So if you guys want to proceed with doing something on events or permitting, I would just ask that people take a good look at what you want to do in terms of traffic speed control, doing something serious. I mean, there's a sign up there now that goes north. I don't know if flashing lights or speed humps, I don't know how my neighbors would feel about that. But we have 2 young kids. I would love it if people could go more slowly down there. So
Your time for Brian.
yes, thank you. Of course. Yeah, appreciate it.
Anyone else like to speak to the board this evening? Okay, then we'll close audience business and start follow-up. Trustee Hammer, would you like to give us that?
Yeah, Gil, I was at Hoot, had a great time. I'm gonna go home tonight and write some grants. Just kidding. Confluence folks, thanks for showing up, speaking your mind. We just, settled one thing, we had a kickoff tonight in our workshop for the 2026 budget. And there's things, line items out there that said confluence improvements or something, and those are really a carryover from some prior board that's just been carried over, so, we talked about tonight creating some kind of parking lot, just to memorialize what other boards had thought about, but it's not in the budget really, it's just, so we need to figure out how to better present the budget with those line items that are actually in consideration.
Yes, Gail, I'm so pleased that the Hootenanny has set a record amount, this year. I felt like it was very well attended. Probably the most amount of people I've ever seen at that property. I will definitely be encouraging, Chris and Sarah to renew that, that donation of the venue, next year. And I love how it's brought LCF and Leaf together. I mean, these are two major nonprofits of town. And it's great to see you all collaborating. I really hope you get some more grant applications. I hate to think of the number, or the amount of scholarships that go unrequested every year. It's astronomical, I know. And so I'm encouraging everybody, if you are a nonprofit, if you have a need in this community is so dynamic and so inspirational. I feel like there are projects out there that need funding. So please get those grants in by Friday. And when it comes to the confluence, I hear you. I hear your frustration, and I also hear the unresolved trauma from the flood. I hear all of that. And I'm not really sure. I heard somebody talk about permitting on R1 lots. There has been a confluence circle around the 10th anniversary of the flood that was designed for the 10th anniversary of the flood. There was a community orchard that was designed as botanic garden. So other than that, I don't know of any other uses that we have discussed or that has been brought up. I mean, I'm speaking quite transparently here. There's like no undercover objective here. And I'm glad you brought up the speeding and the parking. I had no idea. So I go down there quite a bit on foot, sometimes on golf cart, but I guess I don't really go down on the weekends. And so I haven't really noticed that it had become a dumping ground, or I hadn't looked at signage. And I think that's important too. I'm hoping that there's some kind of speed signage down there, but maybe we need to rethink how we're informing the public as to, you know, this is a residential lane. So yes, I agree that we need to be transparent, and I agree that this is a conversation. I appreciate you coming up and sharing your concerns with us, but nothing nefarious that I know of. Anyways, just to reassure you all. Trustee Lowell.
Pam, you remember you and I were on the Dr. Bob student committee?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you know. You and I are both well aware of, but what the federal government prohibits on lots. And then I just pulled up the Dr. Bob plan here, as you guys are speaking, and the words minimal development and natural areas are prevalent throughout the entire mountain. There is provisions in there for putting in things like Gelman's orchard or the botanic garden, things like that. But I'm trust me when I say, I don't know what the history is behind the funding here, but I am a big supporter of the Dr. Bob properties. I like to see them kept in their natural areas and use minimal by the public. There is issues that they're involved about river access, but even the river access says they are only to be innovative areas. They're not to be publicized areas, for example. So, on your side, guys.
You know, I always hate that I can't come to the Hootenanny because every year I end up speaking for an event in North Carolina, which is quite similar to the Hootenanny. They just don't raise any money. Instead, they just pay me a lot of money. Something about that doesn't seem quite right. But I'm so glad, and I do hope others will apply for the Community Foundation grants. As far as confluence, yeah, I'm with you all on this. You know, we already had a vote, and that vote was, however, we're here to one, to keep it as it is right now, R1, not change it to parks and open space. our staff is instructed, and I'm very grateful that they do that. One of the things that's odd about our circumstances is that every 2 years, our boards change completely. And so we could have a complete new board coming in that knows nothing of what previous boards have requested or done. And so the staff keeps us informed of things that have been priorities for others. So as we look at our budget for next year, there's a lot of stuff in there. We don't even know what board recommended that. I know it wasn't the last board because I was on the last one. But when we have in fact made a decision not to change those from R1 Parks and Open Space in fair measure because of your response, you can also be sure that we have no plans to spend any kind of money there going into the future. And just as Trustee Hamrick said, what we want to do is find another way for us to be aware of what those things are, but not for them to show up in things that we clearly are not supporting. Because that's not an area where we intend to be spending a lot. So we're grateful to our staff for bringing that to us, letting us know what's possible, because we don't always know what happened before. But we make our decisions based on what they tell us, and our decisions stand. Also did not know that speeding was an issue. I knew parking was getting to be an issue because, yeah, people aren't stupid. I think we can take a look at that. We can monetize that. And we've got a lot of issues with budget coming in the future. So if we can find a way to monetize that, so thank you.
Trustee Browning?
Yes, on the hoot nanny, I can tell you that the parking lot crew collected a record amount of suggested donations for parking. That was largely due to presence of intimidating presence of the bouncer Barney Gosdad. So we did get a record amount of money from that. On the conflict issues, I'll probably have more to say after we look at the administrator's report on this, but as a couple of other trustees have said, the items, particularly those in the 2030 and beyond column that you see under the capital list, capital items list in our budget, I call that the wish list. And even within that wish list, there are some things on there that got suggested in a plan years ago that we pretty much know we'll never do. I'll give you the biggest example. 8 years ago, had a stormwater master plan adopted by the Board of Trustees. And it said you really need to do something about the high risk that's posed by the drainage culvert that runs from Upper Steamboat Valley down to North Lyons and under downtown. And at that time, the estimated cost to fix that was like $8 billion. So if you look on that capital items list, it's got an $8 billion item for that item. You recently got an estimate that's going to cost $15 million. Try to do it today, so they're waiting for you. I hate to say it, I'd love to see it happen, but it's not going to happen. So one of the ideas that we get around at tonight's budget workshop is trying to go to there's whole items out that fall into that category that were in a plan. Someone to the type of things referenced in the conference or in the Dr. Block plans, you might want to consider doing this and then. But given the projected budget shortfalls, we probably not. So maybe present those differently as a separate category of things that have been recommended in plans that are unlikely to happen. So we're going to address it. I would not put too much weight on those items being in the capital projects. So that's a budget. Kara Jotz's point about the property on Old Lane, when you get the drainage and down from Second Avenue. Funny you should mention that. So that's what I kept harping on in the budget. That should be our first priority. That's the most of I do want to put a couple of things in the record about the Dr. Block plan and the zoning conference area. Number one, there are both R1 and R2 zone properties that were included in this. Yes. Can you hear me?
Can you talk a little louder, please?
Yeah, I'll try to follow it. I want a couple of things I want to mention about the Dr. Block plan and the zoning in this area. There are both R1 and R2 properties that are included in these community interest properties. The food farm, the former fry lot and everything. So it's a mix of both of those. And one of the reasons that we kept the zoning as is, instead of trying to change it to parks and open space as was suggested to something that came out of the Parks Commission, was there are a number of things in R1 and R2 zones that are more restrictive than you would have in parks and open space zone, including events. I think we need to take a look at R1 and R2 zoning and see what type of event should be permitted in residential neighborhoods, which is what R1 and R2 are. I know in our neighborhood, if somebody did a proposal that said, gee, we're gonna pick 3 properties in your neighborhood and we're gonna have up to 12 events on each property of up to 100 people each year. You get an outcry from my neighborhood, I guarantee you, and I think that's true in most neighborhoods in Dayton. So I think we need to look at a little bit about what type of events are allowed in R1 and R2 zones. But also, if anybody, as Trustee Lowell suggested, it's worth going back and looking at the deed restricted by a properties plan. The uses that are being made now of some of those properties, the botanical garden, the orchards, the food farm, are things that were considered in the Dr. Bob plan and listed as possibilities. Now, the places have moved around a little bit from the first map that's in there, but those are not uncontemplated uses. Now, what events should be held on those properties, and how many people, and that type of thing. The plan doesn't really spell that out in great detail, but I mean, that's something we also should look at. But you know, when you're talking about what was intended on those properties, the Dr. Bach plan is on the county website, and it's a useful resource to look at. And finally, somebody mentioned the wide roads there. Those wide roads are there for a reason. Most of the neighborhood people that were surveyed did not want sidewalks, which would have resulted in narrow roads. They said, if you make the roads wide enough, we can use them for pedestrian and bicycle access without separate sidewalks. So there's a reason that they're wide.
Thank you. Trustee Williams?
On the confluence question, many of you might know that I'm the new member of the board. As such, I've been doing a lot of listening to the last few board meetings, including a couple before I joined, to the workshops that happen immediately before these board meetings, to the listening session at the library about the confluence. And without sharing anything about what my developing opinion is on all of this, the one thing that I absolutely can share with all of you is that what you're hearing from the trustees, from the deputy mayor, from everyone at this table is exactly what I've heard at all of those meetings. I can absolutely assure you that I've heard nothing that would contradict any of what you've heard about their priorities, their sense of the confluence issue in any of these public meetings, nor have I heard any hint that anyone feels differently in any behind the scenes conversations or in the one executive session in which I've attended. What you're hearing is certainly the sense of this board, and that is that we all intend to honor the commitments that were made as the Dr. Bob property plans were made. I have only heard the most modest incremental changes, like how do we best control what happens on the nonprofit properties? And that's due for discussion this evening. I haven't heard any discussion other than what I saw in the package, even on that very specific point. So just an assurance from where I sit that you're hearing what we're hearing, and that what people are saying here tonight is exactly what they're saying everywhere else. On Ryan's question about parking or comments about parking, I'll share one little anecdote with you. And that is that this is the second time that I've heard from a resident that we may be pushing people to park out of the paid lots and onto city streets. And not just in the confluence, but elsewhere as well. So this other person who raised the question actually said, why don't we charge for the city streets and not for the public parking lots? Which would be an interesting solution. I don't know that we would ever go so far as to completely reverse that policy, but I absolutely think we should be sensitive about the effect that our paid parking lots have on our residential and other city streets.
Thank you. The hoot was a hoot. It was great. And so thank you for putting that together. And I'm also really glad to hear that it's a great collaboration with Leaf and that you raised a whole bunch of money. That's wonderful. So as many of you know, I've been gone for quite a while now. And so I wasn't party to the discussions, I wasn't party to the neighborhood meetings, but I have filled myself in on this. And what all of the other trustees say is absolutely correct. So I hope you can walk out of here tonight feeling a little more comfortable. I have a note to myself about, I have not heard of any development proposals in the confluence. So I honestly don't know. I generally walk around kind of knowing what's going on, but when it comes to that, I have no idea. So I agree with the rest of the trustees. The confluence is a beautiful area. We want to honor the Dr. Bob plan. If there's something else going on, I have not heard about it. When it comes to speeding and parking in the neighborhood, I didn't know that was a problem either. I feel you because the same thing happens in my neighborhood during the festivals. And so, when we talk about asking people to pay for parking on public streets, that's not something I, at this moment, would be interested in doing. What I might be interested in exploring is perhaps a neighborhood parking permit program. So that if you live in the confluence, you have a sticker on your car that says you live in the confluence, you can park there. If you don't have a permit on your car, you can get a ticket. I mean, we might consider some sort of program like that, at least for the summer season. Maybe it's something to look into. It could also be a revenue generator for people who get parking tickets. So, anyway, so those are my comments. Victoria, do you have anything?
Sure. Gil, congratulations on the Hootenanny and your grants. I hope more people apply. I was surprised to hear that number. In regard to the Dr. Bob, I think there is quite a bit of misinformation going on. When Lisa and I and some of the trustees met with the confluence, we tried to reassure the members, the neighbors that live down there, that there was nothing, I'll use nefarious was the word, going on. I don't know what's being referred to in regard to development. There is no development plan on the table at all. But I hear some of you asking for a moratorium on development. That's totally up to the Board of Trustees. I think we need to just clarify that there are, some of you know this because you were involved with that, and some of you weren't. There are neighbor leases, which some of you hold in this room, and that's where an individual lot between two homes was offered to the neighbors to maintain and use, right? And then there were, 4, 5, 6 community lots. And it was decided at that time that those would be for community uses. The Board of Trustees adopted that plan. The neighbors at that time were involved with identifying uses they were acceptable with at that time. Things change. But I think you need to understand that community plans like that get adopted by the Board of Trustees. Staff carry them out. And so when you see things listed, if you go out to our website, there's a page called Community Plans, and there's probably 30 of those different plans. And some of them have been adopted, 10 years ago, some 15, some 2. And so it is staff's responsibility to track those plans and make sure the board knows. But if those plans are no longer current and not what people want, they need to let their trustees know that, so those can be changed. Those plans, the Dr. Bob plan, did have a budget associated with things. And that's been in the budget every year since it was adopted. You're just seeing it to this year for the first time, looking at it, I guess. So it's always been there. There are no plans to do anything in the confluence in 2026. There has nothing been proposed to our finance director. Nothing's been budgeted, correct? So I don't know where that's coming from. In regard to, I did not know that there was a speeding or a parking issue. I would really encourage you to call that into our code compliance when you can. they can ticket RVs and things as well, if it's locals doing that. We can certainly take a look at speeding. We just got a new speed traffic monitor thing. We can place it there first if you'd like us to. And give that a try. And then. The thing about in my admin report where it was just suggested, that came up because. All four of the currently used community lots, the Botanic Garden, the Orchard, the Food Forest, and the Circle, which doesn't have any, those are town events. All of those came before the Board of Trustees, and they accepted public input on all of them. Staff did not, actually, the Orchard came to me last year and said, can I plant 24 more? And I said, no. I settled on one more row. So I didn't approve that. There's a process, there's an application, there's a review, all of those things. It's a very transparent process. You all did it with your lease every year. And so, what happened most recently was just last week. The same 401 oversees the Orchard and the Food Forest. They came and said, every time we want to have a special event, it costs us $100 to apply for that. When they want to have a gathering, you know, like the Orchard this weekend. And they said, we don't even make that much. And so they said, would you consider revising our lease to allow us so many events per year that you aren't charging us $100 for? My understanding when I heard the board approve those four different community lots was you wanted to encourage local community activities for people to go to the Food Forest, to people to go to the Orchard and do things. So that's why it says proposed. Nothing has happened with it. They said outside it's hard to hear, like when they're doing announcements at the Orchard and stuff at their little events. They said, could we have a little speaker, you know, not like amplification, like a concert, just a little box. And so, it was really to bring forward to the Board of Trustees tonight to ask them if they had an interest in this or not. It is not my decision. So, that's where that came from, but I don't have any, and Lisa, you process those now. Do you have any development applications in the queue? No. So I don't know that. And I do want to comment, I did get to read all 4 letters before the meeting, and I am happy to sit down if the residents are willing to engage, because as I look at you, many of you won't make eye contact. You don't want to hear what I have to say. There's a lot of inaccuracy in what you wrote today, especially in the justice letter, maybe a misunderstanding of how FEMA works and the process we went through. They accepted our Dr. Roth plan as well. So I would love to talk to the community if you want to talk, but there's no intent on Dr. Bob other than what's been approved by the board and comes to the board for approval. There's nothing. Thank you. You're welcome.
All right. Thank you, everybody. So we move on then to staff reports, the Boulder County Sheriff's Office.
I did not hear from Sergeant Chris today. I don't know why he's not here or why there's not someone here from the sheriff to me. Okay, sorry. Oh, did you hear from him?
I think you emailed last week and I thought, McCann was going to leave because he was not sent.
Yeah, so I don't have a report or a written.
Okay, if we get one, if we hear from him, maybe we can have one mailed to the board.
Sure. I think he said he was gonna work on some data for you, so hopefully he's working on that.
Okay, great.
We do have an interview with the one applicant on September 8th. Who is interested in becoming our line sergeant. And I believe that will be determined right after that.
Thank you. All right, then administrators report.
Yeah, thank you. I have a few things. As a follow-up to your last meeting when you wanted me to talk to DOLA about an energy mineral grant. They did cancel the remaining open grant periods for 2025. But they are going to be having a March round, March of 26. And so they said that the local match program would not be available to use with energy mineral. It can only be used with the federal IIJA program. But they would be very interested in meeting with us and hearing about our project in detail for a $250,000 grant with a $250,000 local match. So if the board is interested, we'll watch for this notice of funding opportunity. Sounds like it won't be out till like January or February. And apply in the March round if that's what the board wants to do. Emergency sirens are gonna be upgraded next week. So there may be an afternoon or I think they said afternoon. A few hours where you might hear interrupted notices. Just saying this is a test of the emergency system. You'll hear that several times instead of our normal 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. Not to panic, it is testing the new technology they're installing next week. We are planning, the county sheriff has a new online reporting system that's available to the public. If it's a non-medical emergency and people are pulled off to the side of the road, so I'll have Kim in our community relations do some notification of this, so folks know they can report online. As well as calling that dispatch number, if that's more convenient for the situation. They are finishing up Lions Valley Park fire mitigation today and headed over to the Martin parcel tomorrow. So that's moving along. Wayfinding signs, you saw the ones that are pedestrian walking. Now they're starting the larger ones. They just placed the base over by the Black Bear Hole. More for biking and driving traffic. So you'll start seeing those go in a bit over the next month or so. And the town clerk and I met with Chris and Sarah Lee to go through that legal bill, and we did come to resolution. If you recall, they paid the majority of that immediately following the amount we agreed on. And then we went through line by line and came up with an agreement, and they paid that the next day. So those legal fees are now paid in full and settled. And the only last thing would be then the Dr. Bob. I did ask for some board guidance if you want to allow folks to, on those, I guess it'd be 4 lots, to have events. Do you want to limit how many there are? Do you want to limit it to certain months? Do you want not more than a certain number? Are you willing to forgive the special event fee since we know they're all nonprofits?
Let's, I would like to make this a future agenda item.
Okay,
And I think is where, you know, as the summer is winding down, this is a great time.
I do too.
To have a conversation about it.
Okay, we'll put it on either September 15 or October 6th.
I do have a question about the DOLA.
Yes.
Since the governor has pretty much given discretion, the last 300 million that is going to be taken out, any chance that's gonna be Department of Local Affairs? I mean, what are you hearing from CNL on that?
We really haven't heard much, and unless Brandon, the town attorney, has, I haven't heard anything specifically about DOLA being impacted by that yet.
Just trying to figure out whether we're, I mean, again, whether we're looking at 500, 250 and one situation.
I'll need to take a look through the list again. This is pretty extensive. I don't think those are specifically listed potentially, but I can check.
I didn't see anything so far, but it looks like a lot is being left to his discretion
Yes, that's fair.
as a lame duck kind of. That's all I've got.
First off, say, I agree with the mayor that this Dr. Bob issues, conflicts issues belong as a separately noticed agenda item. I've already expressed this to the mayor. I'm concerned that we several times in recent months have had things presented to us as part of an administrative report that were not just routine, got to get this done by a certain time items, but were items like this that engendered quite a bit of interest from the public. Those things are better noticed as agenda items separately from the admin. And I would also say that what's in the admin report says that this was discussed with some of the lessees of the community properties, nonprofits or not. Particularly given the recent discussions about zoning and so forth in this area. It should be discussed with Confluence area residents, not just the lessees, who I think for the most part are not Confluence residents. I think it's important to get input from all sides, not just one side.
Well, they came to us is all I was letting you know. They came to me asking this.
There are other examples recently too, where people, one area of interest has come and asked for something, but it needs, like downtown property owners on the property moratorium, for example, or on demolition moratorium. We've asked property owners before it's put in front of the board for direction, and I think that should have happened here. Those are my comments.
Go ahead.
I have a question on the legal fees. I thought our direction was, and Lisa, you can help me with this, I thought the direction was it was to be an amount that was the difference between the zoning or the PUD.
That was a different matter.
No, I thought that was the legal fees. I thought we had.
Not with the
Al Holston.
yeah.
Oh, right.
Al Holston.
I think we're thinking about
Okay,
that.
all right, I apologize, you're correct, all right, gotcha. You're correct.
Anything else?
No.
Anybody else?
Just a reminder that this Saturday is the artisan market in Bone Park. Planning on, I believe they have over 50 vendors. It's from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday. Live music, artisan market, root beer floats, and a taco bar, all to support the Lions Community Foundation over there. So, be aware for that, or be aware that that's happening this weekend. And then bears are entering hyperphagia. So we are seeing an increased activity in bears. They're looking for food to start to fatten up. Please do not leave trash unattended. Please take it out the morning of trash pickup. Thank you.
Okay, legal update, please.
Thank you so much. Just one really quick one. I was in the TOA conference last week or a week and a half ago, and then my wife had surgery today, so I've been kind of out of it. But I did want to give a quick update on the EO from the governor. CML did send out very recently a response to state leadership, on what we believe is the illegal, nature of the executive order on the funding freeze. And just want to give you that update. I haven't seen any public information yet on the lawsuit that I was told was going to be filed, but if I do, I will let you know as soon as I see that.
Thank you. And I received those letters as well. One went to the leadership of the state house, one went to the governor, one went to DOLA. And then there was an update that was published on August 19th by Robert Sheasley, who's the CML General Counsel. So happy to forward those along to the board if anybody's interested.
It was also to the Attorney General's office, I believe, as well.
Oh, I missed it.
Yep.
All right, great. Any questions about that? They were strongly worded. CML strongly wording letters. All right, so then let's move on to ordinances and public hearings tonight. We have the second reading and public hearing of ordinance 1195. An ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, removing sections 171410 and 171420. And amending section 13390 of the Lyons Municipal Code, modifying the water rights dedication requirements. Is there a staff report?
Yes, Mayor, trustees, so this is an ordinance that will move the location of where the water rights dedications are found in the municipal code. They were or are currently down in the subdivision section of the code, and this moves them up into the water utility along with the tap fees, which is where a lot of developers, others might be looking for those fees. You may remember we updated our IGA with Longmont, and that's what brought about this development where the Utility and Engineering Board and staff looked at the water rights dedication requirements, how we would handle a policy or municipal code for those requirements. And so there is a policy that is referred to in the municipal code. So the policy will have the actual water rights requirements. But this code then documents that there is a policy, and then it documents what type of properties might be exempt. Fire suppression systems, for example, do not require dedication requirements, so that was added into the municipal code. There is also specifically a section in the code that documents that somebody could come to the trustees for cash in lieu with a monetary equivalent. As was mentioned during the budgeting, that was something that was important. So those are both right there in the code. It's a simplified code. And then you have later in the agenda, the policy itself to go over some of the actual requirements or what types of water rights would be allowed in certain circumstances.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Okay, this is second reading. It gets a public hearing. I will open the public hearing. Would anybody like to speak on ordinance 1195? All right, doesn't look like it, so I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I move to approve ordinance 1195 on second reading, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, removing section 17-14-10 and 17-14-20 and amending section 13-3-90 of the Lyons Municipal Code, modifying the water rights dedication requirements.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second,
Any discussion?
we can discuss this at some way.
I will call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Maybe just one, if anybody is here for the Historic Preservation Commission report, it got postponed to a future meeting, because anybody in the audience is here for that.
Is that removed from this agenda?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Second reading and public hearing of ordinance 1196, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, annexing the property located at 4497 Ute Highway to the town of Lyons, Colorado, which was continued from the August 18th meeting. I understand there is a request for continuance on this. Attorney Dittman, can you remind me of the process for this then?
Yeah, we can do a motion anytime now because we already did our 1 hour of public comment at the last meeting. We can just continue to a date certain at any time without having going through that again.
Okay, we don't need to open a public hearing again.
No, we did
Great.
not. Only the first time we've already done that. So
Okay. And the suggestion is to continue to the 9:15 meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion to continue ordinance 1196 to the 9:15 meeting?
Yep. I move to continue ordinance 1196 to September 15th, 2025.
Is there a second?
Second,
Any discussion?
That motion passes unanimously.
All right, same thing with ordinance 1197, which is the second reading and public hearing. An ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, zoning 4497 Ute Highway of the 4497 Ute Highway annexation to commercial eastern corridor, which was also continued from the 8/18 meeting. Is there a motion to continue this until
Trustee Dawson. I move to continue ordinance 1197 September 15th, 2025. Second.
Second.
And that motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. So moving on to the consent agenda, would you please read consent into the record?
Yes, item 1 is resolution 2025-63, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the water rights dedication policy. This was continued from the August 18th meeting. Item number 2 is resolution 2025-64, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting the stream bypass flow study by Grouse Mountain LLC. Or incorporated. Item number 3 is resolution 2025-65, resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting the street light study by Kimley Horn. Item 4 are the August 18th regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes, and item 5 are the September accounts payable.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve consent? Is there a second?
Well, sir.
Anything anyone would like to remove from consent?
Yes, the first item. Water rights policy.
Anybody else? The vote on consent as amended.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Trustee Burning?
Yes, we're doing this for a couple of things. One thing, the mayor and I discussed by email today that there may need to be it might be a good idea to do a clarifying amendment in this policy that makes it clear that if someone wants to use like Macintosh shares for the specified purposes in there, affordable housing, attainable housing, mixed level housing, commercial development, economic development, that remains within the discretion of the board. When we first decided to accept like Macintosh shares for some of these purposes, we made it very clear that this was not something that was as a right, didn't have an automatic right to come in and use your Macintosh share, even if you were doing affordable housing or commercial development, that it's something that was discretionary with the board. Did it that way because we wanted to be sure fairly early on in the project that it was something that was generally something that we were very quickly. That may be implied in this policy as it's stated, but I guess I put it in the form of a suggested amendment, and it would be, let's see.
Maybe something along the lines of such a determination shall be made by the town of Lyons Board of Trustees at the end of it.
Yeah, I think that would be fine.
Let's see.
I don't know.
Or actually, I think at the end of the first sentence, it's going to have some specific words in it, even.
Hey.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the proposed amendment, I will move to amend this policy. In the next to last line of the first paragraph, after the words Lake Macintosh Reservoir Company, to add comma, as determined by the Board of Trustees at its discretion, comma, shall be required for the fixed water rights dedication.
I would second that. And
No.
I'll just add that, you know, one of the reasons that we're revising these policies and moving things around in the code is to make it as easy as possible for people to know what to expect during a development application process. And I just think making it clear at this point would be great, so people don't wonder, well, gosh, who decides whether I have to put up a CBT share or 1.5 million shares? It's just so it's clear, they have to come forward. Anybody, any other comments on the amendment?
We've developed a procedure that's pretty smoothly, but for the form that people fill out, I plan on doing a project like this. I would like the board's consent up front, so people don't go to a lot of planning and engineering expense. That this is the type of project that you would agree is appropriate for Lake Macintosh hearing. So give the board a heads up, and it gives an indication to a potential developer of any type of what they can expect if they follow through with the project. So I think things are continue. It's an existing policy. We have a procedure about that already.
Okay, let's go to the amendment. Brandon.
Can I just read back the amendment real quick? It may be a bit of a run on, I think, but I'll read it back and you tell me whether I got it right or not. So it should be for each service connection added in accordance with affordable housing, attainable housing, mixed level housing projects, commercial development, or economic development opportunities. Either one additional unit of Lion CBT water or 1 and 1/10. It should be one. Is that right? 1 and 4/10 shares of capital stock of the Lake McIntosh Reservoir Company, and then as determined by the Town of Lyons Board of Trustees in its sole discretion, shall be required for the fixed water rights dedication. Would it make sense maybe to pull the addition into a new sentence? It seems a lot of different pieces of that sentence.
I'd be fine with that.
Sure.
Okay.
And I would amend my motion to have that language reflected in a different sentence as finally or crafted by the town attorney.
Let's go ahead and move on, shall we?
Motion passes unanimously.
Trustee Bryan, did you have an additional amendment?
No amendment, but I did want to put something on the record for future reference. One of the definitions in here is mixed level housing project. It's defined to mean for sale residential development projects for at least 12% of all residential units in the new development are either affordable housing or attainable housing. And that may raise a question of, since the adopted local housing goal is 10%, why do we have 12% in here? I'm fine with the 12% being in there for a couple of reasons. One, if we should say get to 10.5% of local affordable housing, we've exceeded our 10% goal. If somebody comes along and proposes a 10%, a project with 10% affordable units, that would actually lower our overall percentage if you're doing only 10%. So having 12% as a higher goal, if you will, for this type of thing makes sense. And if somebody comes along and says, well, I can't do 12%, I can only do 11% here. This is a discretionary policy that we just amended with the Board of Trustees. And so you could be, we did this by policy instead of by code to give ourselves flexibility. So the 12% is not, written in stone number. It could be 11%, it could be 15% like Old Oklahoma. So I don't see the need to change that percentage in there, but I want to make it clear that we're not changing our local housing goals. We're just basically using this as an implementation. But in reading that raised a question for me. Why is this limited to for sale? If somebody came along with, for example, a for rent apartment project that proposed 12% affordable units, wouldn't we consider that in 88% market rate? Wouldn't we consider that mixed level housing?
I would, I don't know enough about the housing side of it. Again, that was what was in the original IGA recommendation, and then we talked about changing affordable and attainable, so I did change those based on the recommendation. But since there was no language about mixed level, I didn't make any adjustments to that, so I'd be open.
I'm not so sure we shouldn't just say strike the words for sale and say affordable, or and just say residential development project, because I don't want to exclude a rental project that would have 12% affordable units from being able to be considered for these shares.
Should we add deed restricted to that?
No, deed restricted means for sale. I think that's a good point, Trustee Brown. I'm wondering is there any insight into any opinions why that might not be a good idea to do?
I guess only because I suppose someone could do it for a year. And then rent, if those renters leave, rent it to
I mean, we could set those conditions as part of
that's, yeah, I think that's what you meant was
Development.
restricting it that you have to have it 12% for a certain length of time.
our housing plan that we did made it clear that we have a shortage of rental units here compared to
Sure.
home units. So I don't think we should exclude rental units from being included in that. So I would potentially make a motion to strike the words for sale from that definition.
I'll second.
Any further discussion on that? Call for the vote on that amendment.
That motion passes unanimously.
Any other thoughts that might lead to amendments?
Sorry, that was kind of sorry.
Attorney Devon? Oh, no, it's
Me.
just Dolores'
Oh, it's my little hand, sorry.
All right, so then I move to approve resolution 2025-63. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you.
All right, so we'll move on to boards and commissions. It's my pleasure to appoint Rachel Tagla, I really hope I'm pronouncing that right, to the Lions Arts and Humanities Commission. And then we have a town hall mural update from the LAHC. Is there someone here from the LAHC to that?
Well, we have one from LHC and the artist.
Oh, great.
Kristen, are you gonna preface how this came?
Yeah, I'd like to introduce Andrew Jones. He is a renowned artist, who, as you may know, did our mural out here on the town hall building. He happens to also live in Lyons, and he is here to, present to us, his, plans for, this, we're scheduled to complete this side of the building, this year, so.
Is it something
Do you have it to share?
Yes,
Oh.
are you able? So you have, no, so no.
Let me try. We'll do that.
Thanks for.
Go
thanks
ahead,
for
you can
coming
tell
in.
us about it while I find it. Oh, you wanna tell the inspiration or anything? Do you wanna wait till it comes up?
Just, yep. Thanks for having me here. I'm really excited to be working on continuing the wall onto this north wall. It's kind of trying to think. Pretty much keeping the themes of different animals. There was different process of some voting and some selecting, and we decided on a black bear and a rattlesnake and a hummingbird and a butterfly were gonna be the animals that we chose for this wall. And yeah, it's like so funny. I used to describe in my artwork, I'm used to just making it. Each one of them, in a picture in your imagination, you know, what I chose to do for this is that I wanted the design of each of the animals to represent something that I think makes Lions unique. I was raised here my whole life, in 77, and there's a lot of things I've appreciated about this town. So each of the animals kind of represents a different something that I think is unique and special about Lions. So the bear, which is going to be the largest animal, that's going to be right on this corner. I made his face up from, I wanted him to sort of symbolize just like the beauty of the rivers and the rafting and kind of inner tubing experience we have here. So he is made up of rivers and inner tubes and canoes and rafts. And then they have the rattlesnake is the next largest animal. And it was kind of fun. All of his looks pretty much like a rattlesnake, but every one of his, I build the animals in kind of a digital 3D and then render them. Each one of his scales is all made of guitar picks. Musical. There is a hummingbird, and the hummingbird, I rent, maybe I'm biased because my landlord is Mike that runs the that makes the bamboo fishing poles, but there's a lot of like fly fishing communities, so the hummingbird is all made up of fly and fishing lures. And this last year, the monarch butterfly at the very end, it doesn't take as much, you see that it's a strange canvas because it progressively gets smaller and smaller. But one of the things I really do like about this town, I know it's not like super old, but I wanted to was trying to find something that sort of fit with like the pattern of the wings and like another sort of like kind of quirky Lions resource that I really enjoy, and I'm a really big fan of that we've had but it's actually a pretty well-known and recognized
pinball arcade here, so, you know, it's been here for 20 years, which I didn't do. I was talking to the owner the other day. You know, they have it downstairs that's full of more pinball games, like you're only seeing half the pinball.
You've heard of it, yeah.
It's a big deal, like one of the best pinball players in the world apparently lives in Longmont. I had no idea. But I think it's very cool and unique, so the monarch butterfly, all the elements of it are made out of like pinball pieces.
Flippers.
Yeah, flippers and then little bumpers.
Well, I guess it'll be a surprise.
So surprise, yeah.
See, on my.
No objections, it's great, I mean.
So when,
Victoria, do you wanna send it to me?
when are you planning to install it?
Well, hopefully, like, once it gets, once the images kind of I get the sign off and like total approval, then we send it out to the printers. Printers have traditionally taken like 2 to 3 weeks on it, but hopefully we can get it in time to start the installation process, like hopefully, most optimistically by the end of September, by the end of this month, we're gonna start putting it up.
And will you plan another event, another sort of like,
absolutely.
that was really,
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, we're gonna do that again.
that's great. Questions?
I have a question, just because I'm the liaison for the Arts and Humanities Commission, so I've heard this come up before. I think there was just some question around how you will blend both the west wall and the north wall.
Mhm.
So I'm not sure, I don't know if I can visualize, I think I've seen it once at the Arts and Humanities Commission, but I'm just trying to imagine it with this already existing wall. Do you feel like they mentioned walls?
Yeah, so we're gonna do some things like. If you look here, like, next time you see it, like, there's patterns that are behind the peacock. There's almost like 3 blue, like, some of the patterns will carry
Will
over.
carry over,
Yeah,
okay.
so
Yeah,
that's
you'll see it.
pretty much like some of the background elements would
Okay.
be behind it. I'm very interested in making it look like it's a seamless thing. I've heard that request, and that's great. I'll definitely be.
Awesome.
I got you.
That was the only thing, the only feedback I
Yeah.
had, the butterfly and then the
Yeah.
continuity.
Oh, look, I think, oh,
There it is.
Yeah,
cool.
cool.
Can you make that a little bigger?
We just got it.
Close up.
Oh, my
There we go.
gosh.
So there's the hummingbird. Oh, yeah, there's an eagle.
Oh, the eagle, sorry, the eagle is made out of, how did I forget the eagle? The eagle is made all out of sandstone.
Oh, gorgeous.
Well, the butterflies depending on the shape.
Yeah, and both are.
Ah.
Hummingbirds, say it once more now that.
Yeah, like the
Oh,
hunting is fishing lures and fly fishing elements.
And the rattlesnake is.
If you look up, I mean, it's kind of hard to see it here, but the nice thing about the wall is that it lends itself to having a lot of detail, so when you get up close, every scale on the snake is a guitar pick.
This is so cool.
And the bear is 2 giraffes.
Yeah, and the bear is like a little bit of river coming right down like the center of the bear, and it's all inner tubes and rafts that you can do.
So cool.
This is
Okay, I have a follow-up question.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't help but think that every guitar pick or every scale on this snake represents a local musician. Do you feel like there's enough picks on this scale there to like represent all the musicians in Lions? Can you just like guesstimate?
Sure, I mean, there's a lot of scales. there.
Thank you. That's all I need to know. A lot of scales for a lot of musicians.
Lot of musicians, for sure.
This is great. You know, I love sitting here in the boardroom, like during the week where people are just outside taking pictures.
It's regular.
I love it too, because so many times when I meet people here, they're like, "What do you? I'm an artist. What kind of art do you make?" I'm like, before the mural, they're like, "Oh, it's colorful and psychedelic and kind of this." I'm like, "Oh, go to the town hall. That mural, I did that. That's what I made." So great. It saves me so much like explaining to people, and I love it. My kids love it. So yeah, I'm very honored to have the opportunity to again create this wall. I think together they're going to be really great.
Stunning.
Cool.
Trustee Browning?
2 quick comments. Number one, you have one of the preeminent rattlesnake experts in the area sitting right there.
Oh, do I?
Oh, yeah.
Gail is the relocator, official
He's the
relocator of rattlesnakes.
Yeah.
If you need any expert advice, Gary, come here.
It's a prairie rattlesnake. I tried to be like
Looks good.
slicky. I tried to be free. I even actually went, I did the reference photos I took. I had my little dog rattlesnake trained to avoid it, took some photos, and the prairie rattlesnake, that's our main rattlesnake.
Yep.
Yeah.
And secondly, I do appreciate all the local elements in the designs. Your family does indeed have long roots in this community. I worked with your mom, Colleen, for years
Oh,
on
nice.
getting the library done, and she.
Yeah.
Loyal member, friends of the library for many years, so.
Absolutely.
It was really
Please give her our regards. I will.
Trustee Williams.
Thank you for doing this. It is beautiful. What out there is beautiful. Will you be able to enlist the students or others in the installation on this wall as you did the last wall?
Oh, man, we could. It's pretty simple installation work if someone can follow orders. It's almost like wallpaper. I mean, it's not. There's a little like, yeah, it's actually, we love extra hands. You know, we were planning, we had some people that would help us last year, but if there's like
High schooler,
high schoolers that wanted to volunteer, oh, that'd be great.
I watched how it was done last year.
Yeah, I think one's gonna be easier, like we're not gonna need the VR lift or anything. We're not, I think we'll just be able to use
It's much
ladders.
shorter wall.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
All right, thanks,
Thank
guys.
you.
Have a great
Thank
night.
you.
Okay.
Can't wait.
Thank you.
Thanks for being patient.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, that's fun. All right, so let's move on then to general business. First item of general business is resolution 2025-47. A resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, enacting a temporary moratorium on issuance of demolition permits in the downtown commercial district, which was continued from the 8th board meeting. And I wanna, if you don't mind,
Yes, please.
I'm gonna preface this item with a couple of comments because I realized that I put this on an agenda and then I left town for a month and a half. And so, I apologize for that timing. That's, regrettable timing. The reason that I wanted to have the board discuss this was that there are a number of properties in town that are for sale, whether they're publicly for sale, whether they're pocket listings, that I believe it would be detrimental to the town to have them torn down and have holes in the ground or blank spaces for years, which there's nothing preventing anybody from doing. And so it seemed to me to be prudent to have a discussion about whether we want to enact a temporary moratorium on demolition while we work with business owners, our boards and commissions, the community, historic preservation, History Colorado, whomever, to come up with some sort of plan around how we can avoid either having empty holes in the ground, blank spaces, or 3-story glass and steel buildings, which there's nothing preventing somebody from constructing that. So that was the only reason. It wasn't to try to constrain the economic vitality of our town. In fact, quite the opposite. Want to maintain our Main Street and our Main Street economic development. So that having been said,
No, I appreciate your introduction on that and just acknowledge the patience of everyone, you know, for you to return and lead this discussion. I do have a presentation which includes a map if you'd like me to go through that, just to kind of reiterate what we've talked about before. All right.
That would be good. And that you met with the chairs.
Yes. All right. So again, yeah, here we're tonight to consider a moratorium on demolition applications. So the area that staff started with, based on what we understood, Mayor, your preference would be outlined in black. It's the commercial properties within our historic downtown. Not all of these properties are historic, or probably would be considered historic under our preservation ordinance, but just for purposes of maintaining the downtown character, we started with this. All of this could be amended at direction of the board prior to passage of a resolution. A little bit of background. We established our historic preservation regulations in 2021. These regulations allow the town to designate properties and districts as historic. To date, the depot is our only local landmark. We do have numerous properties on our state and national registers. However, local designation typically provides the towns with greatest oversight of changes and demolitions to historic properties. As you know, we've lost 2 structures in the historic downtown area. However, these structures likely would have been covered, or at least, you know, consistent with the exemptions in the draft resolution under unsafe buildings or other direction by the board. So, there was a presentation in your packet that got pulled, but the Historic Preservation Commission, you know, is interested in furthering the discussion. Recently, on as early as last week, the chairs at the direction of the board, the last time we talked about it, they requested that the EVC, PCDC, and HBC try to come up with maybe a joint recommendation for the board to consider. They did meet on the 27th, and for now, their joint statement is included in your cover memo. They're expressing, you know, some degree of concern over moratorium, but they do, you know, agree to work together to come up with joint recommendation. And I think understand the concern and do feel like it was a priority. If I could kind of summarize a little bit of that conversation. Again, the resolution is drafted, provides for an 8-month time frame that would allow for, you know, additional public engagement, development of different opportunities, take that out to the public. So 8 months, you know, 6 months felt too short, 12 months we felt like might be too long, but obviously this is at the board's discretion with how much public engagement that you all would like to have, or kind of the time frame that you would like to try and pursue. And if you shorten the time frame and you obviously need more time, you could extend a moratorium as well. I want to just note that the last time you saw this, we have added a phrase to the resolution at the recommendation of PCDC, which is a good one in my opinion. The demolition application should be for one or more exterior walls, as from time to time we could receive a demolition permit just for interior work. So we want to make sure that we didn't believe that that was your intent to limit exterior or interior changes. So we have modified the resolution as such. So complicated issue, lots of opinions, happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Questions for staff?
Can you help us understand a little bit what other protections already exist or what alternatives we might consider rather than a moratorium?
So this is a multi-layered issue. So when we think about just the issuance of a demolition permit, there's nothing in our code there's nothing in our code that would prevent issuance of a demolition permit if they provide all of the documentation and whatever reports are required from the state or CDPHE. So we have no basis to deny a demolition permit to essentially connect that demolition permit to a future development. So that's a standalone decision that any building could just apply for a demolition permit and come down. That would not come to the board as our current regulations stand. In terms of new development, we have, again, our historic preservation regulations, which right now, again, offer a couple different options. You know, a property owner could request to be designated a local landmark, and should that get approved, then there are restrictions on demolition at that point in time. For new development in downtown and alterations to existing buildings in downtown, we also have our commercial design standards, which have a special overlay for the historic downtown. It does provide recommended language for how to treat new development and development adjacent to historic structures that leans on the Federal Secretary of the Interior standards, which is a best practice, I would say, for how you regulate changes to historic districts. So I think we have the right framework. There's a lot of, some of the language and conversation that's happening is, I think there's a lot of language in there that says, you know, you should consider instead of maybe shall language. And in staff's opinion, I think if the board, we had a developer apply for a 3-story steel and glass new structure in downtown, that would have to come to the board under our development review process. And I think the board could lean on that should language as a basis of denial. So I think there is some degree of protection for new development based on the should, even though it's not a shall. But I would probably let Town Attorney Dittman weigh in to the degree to which, you know, you can lean on that. But I would think you could lean on that, although I don't know that you could make somebody do it that way without stronger language. So that's a little bit of an overview of kind of the regulatory structure that we have related to downtown development and changes.
We did just one quick follow-up.
Yep.
Sorry.
We did talk to the attorney about options, and this
Yep.
was the recommended strategy that would be.
Basically, I mean, there's not, as the planner Richie mentioned, there's nothing currently that could stop a property from tearing something down. There is a process under the Historic Preservation Code, as mentioned, that may be useful, but it requires designation of buildings or districts of which none of which has happened. And so, at least for right now, if we were to go that route, that process could not be used to stop a demolition. And so you put a moratorium, a temporary moratorium in place when you're, really looking to design new regulations. And so we could either go down the path of designating, certain buildings or certain areas as part of historic preservation, district or protected property, which is the route I think most communities go towards when they're looking for a way to, prevent demolition of particular properties. Or we could design some other regulatory structure to help with this issue, but right now none exists. And so really the only option, if we're afraid of something imminent, is to put a moratorium in place.
Trustee Williams, did you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, hi Richie, you mentioned an existing historic district that is already subject to other considerations. Are the boundaries of that district that you have in mind?
So, no, that's a good clarification and a good follow-up question. So we have two sections in our code, under the zoning code, that talk about our historic district. One is a design standard that refers to the historic downtown. That's not the same as being designated under our historic preservation chapter as a historic district. So to have the protections that are afforded under the historic preservation chapter, we would actually have to adopt, I don't know, an ordinance or a resolution that would define and designate the properties as a historic district under the historic preservation chapter. The design standards chapter is more about how to treat new development, but it didn't create a historic district under the HPC chapter, if that
So
makes
it's a
sense.
subjective, it's an ad hoc reference to what we might think of as the historic district. It doesn't have boundaries as what you've designated.
I believe it does have, I'm sharing my screen, so I don't know if Administrator Simonson could check under the commercial design standards. There's a section for historic downtown, and I believe it talks about roughly the same area that I have shown, but we'll confirm that. But again, it doesn't afford the protections under the historic preservation chapter.
Thank you.
Trustee Long?
So the town has been a member of Colorado Main Street program since 2010.
Mhm.
And the EBC is the titular Main Street Board of Directors on that. Part of the charge of the Main Street program is historic preservation. So I'm just wondering, does the Main Street program have any pull or in any of this? Has the EBC weighed in as the Board of Directors for the Main Street program?
So the Main Street program, again, wouldn't have a regulatory authority based on a demolition application. The chair of EBC, as well as, so the demolition moratorium was discussed at an EBC meeting. And again, the chair of EBC was part of the, discussion last week. I think, speaking a little bit for them, and it was shared in there, I think they support historic preservation as an economic development strategy, but would like more time to develop recommendations.
Which is what the moratorium is.
They,
And I think, the organization that may have some land is SHPO, the State Historic Preservation Office. May have some guidance.
I think the EBC had, I think the folks coming in from a concern perspective, the concern was stemming from a perspective of kind of lack of, are we open for business? Are we business friendly if we adopt a moratorium? And I think there was, again, the three chairs, and that's shared in your cover memo, expressed concern amongst all three individually, as individual groups and then collectively.
but EBC did a statement as the EBC did it not. It's not, it didn't make it into the packet. EBC did a statement expressing concern.
They did express concerns.
Okay.
Yeah. They may be or not aware they're that role.
I'm sorry?
They may not be aware they're that role.
The Main Street versus.
That they're
Oh,
the
no,
historic-
exactly, Main Street. managers or whatever their title is, no, as EBC, they expressed concerns. about
As EBC, they expressed.
That was in a prior packet.
It was,
Oh, okay.
I remember it, got it. Yeah, the historic downtown area design guidelines overlay is in section 16.6.100. It does identify the streets that are outlined on her map. But it is really, it's a set of guidelines, they're not regulations, guidelines specific to the historic district that should be referenced in addition to the general design guidelines when applicable. It is intended to preserve the area's character while enabling development and redevelopment that benefits the community. New construction should complement the character of existing historic buildings. And then it has a little bit more, but it's all guidelines.
And I would add to those guidelines, I was on the PCDC, that chaired it at the time when we came up with these guidelines. And the intent back then was just put something in place, but we were still waiting on the comp plan to be finished and looking for that for guidance and direction. So the intent was always to go back, and so I was glad to see, at least, even though Sarah didn't present her slide deck, at least looks like HBC's been doing a lot of work in that regard, so.
Yeah, and in terms of future strategies, I think, right, I think that's all to be determined, right? You could strengthen it through the preservation chapter, you could strengthen it through the design guidelines, it could be kind of an, coming through both means, in order to think about changes. I would also just, I think, add that, you know, you have a lot of historic properties, that are not shown on this map, right? So, I think if you think about the conversation beyond the moratorium, you know, there's a lot of really great historic properties in this community that I think would be interesting to include.
Yeah, further in this section, it does say alterations to historic buildings designated at the local, state, or national level must follow this review process. But then it says alterations to any building older than 50 years, 1975. Are recommended to follow the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation in order to preserve the valuable historic resource. And should be incompatible, but.
And it's not simple enough that we could just switch that to shall instead of recommended.
Well, I
This is law.
mean, I'm not sure whether you want to have every building older than 50 years old, you know, including residential buildings, you know, as a concern.
And I think the point of this moratorium is to give us a chance to discuss all of these nuances, including what sort of incentives or carrots can we provide to business owners?
Yes, sure.
You know, what's possible besides just tearing something down?
So what do we envision in 8 months? What are we going to do in 8 months with the moratoriums in place? We're gonna act on the recommendations of the HBC, have changed the LMC.
I think, my thought was that we will, you know, it'll be a process by which we get input from our boards and commissions, from the business community, from the community at large, and try to craft something that meets the goal of preserving Main Street and Lyons. Yeah, I don't know how many of you have driven through Blackhawk lately. Well, it's, it ain't what it used to be, put it that way. And, you know, I think if we want to preserve it, one of the things that makes Lyons so special is our historic downtown. It's one of the first ones.
Spell their own questions.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. I'll hold it.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Of the pending sales and discussions and everything going on, you aware of any single property where either the current owner or prospective owner indicated they have to demolish it?
Of the properties for sale, I have received inquiries regarding development potential on some of them. But I have not been specifically asked about the process to demolish.
Any other questions for staff?
Okay, then I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve resolution 2025-47, enacting a temporary moratorium on the issuance of demolition permits for certain properties in the historic downtown.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. Okay.
Discussion. Trustee Browning.
The historic designation process, crafted at the time that HPC was formed, was deliberately kept as voluntary only. There is no involuntary designation of historic status in Alliance, and we did that on purpose. In the probably 5 years at this point, 6 years since then, not a single property has come forward and asked to be historically designated. That should go to some. There are incentives to do that. Tax credits that no private property owner has come forward. The only proposed designation, other than the people building, which was already in the National Register, so it didn't make that much difference. It was already under restrictions at the state level that we discussed, was perhaps historically designating town hall. That we decided not to do because of the potential restrictions and costs that would impose when doing what we know are the modifications for town hall. The design guidelines that are in place are voluntary. They were deliberately voluntary and they're a process that went on for years. If we are proposing a moratorium, which is an involuntary action, as a precursor to some involuntary historic preservation designation, which is what you saw in the packet tonight that was withdrawn, and we're making a drastic change of course from what has been done in the past by many boards and planning commissions. I do not think we should make that change. Secondly, the property owners we have heard from about this moratorium who have buildings, so that we would be subject to this ordinance are unanimously opposed to this. We talk a lot around here about being business friendly. What can we do to help downtown? The property owners who have spoken out downtown have said, no, don't do this. For our property value, it will send out signals. The line is not flexible and open for development, but we're going to have rules like Boulder does. The only downtown property owner who expressed support, not coincidentally, I would say, is the property owner whose building, because it's been down, has already been demolished. So they're not really affected by this, but every property owner downtown has said, don't do this. EPC has expressed great concerns about this. Yes, there are multiple properties listed for sale. There have been multiple properties bought and sold for years for rent in downtown lines without any of the old historic property being demolished. Other than the one being fire and the ones that needed to go anyway, they're going to. The voluntary design guidelines have worked as intended. They have sent out a message to prospective developers that Lions has suggested guidelines, part of which is the importance of preserving downtown character and historic characteristics of buildings. And the recent examples we have seen come forward under those voluntary guidelines and not involuntary designated districts are. We told property, which when they came before the board gave them feedback that we would like to see more historic sandstone work design. They specifically tried to extend they could up to development design guidelines in their initial proposal. And we even recommended modifications that they were receptive to. It's a matter on which it's a pending quasi-judicial matter, so we can't get into details of 402 Main, but as part of we've seen that process, I think it's fair to say that process will also respect the voluntary guidelines. So, this measure is not necessary. It's not wanted by the property owner. It will convey a message that, like Boulder, Lions wants to impose involuntary restrictions on private property owners. And to me, the ultimate question, both with respect to this preliminary moratorium and what's certain to follow, which is HPC involuntary designation that you saw in the packet tonight, it presents the question: to be Boulder or not to be voted? That is the question. And I don't want to be voted, property owners don't want to be voted, and I don't think our citizens don't. vote. I understand the laudable intent behind this, certainly, still going on buildings, but we don't need this to do that. We've worked out a system, and I think anybody that would come into Lyons and want to redevelop an existing historic property, they want to do business in Lyons, they're going to be sensitive enough to the need to blend in historic character downtown. When they see the guidelines, they know what they have to go through the development process, they're going to be sensitive enough that they can deal with that as we go with the hotel property. This is unnecessary and drastic change of years of policy crafted by many boards and many commissions.
Mark, can I ask you to invite it up?
Adamantly against, no.
Trustee Williams?
As a philosophical matter, I think on questions like this, I'd like to preserve options. And that doesn't necessarily mean every property owner preserves all their options. Doesn't necessarily mean that the trustees preserve our options as a board, but it means that as a community, we try to preserve optionality. So I would be inclined, subject to what else I hear from other trustees tonight or from others later, I'd be inclined to vote for the moratorium, knowing that for the next several months, it preserves everyone as a community's option to have these buildings in perpetuity or for some extended period. Now, that doesn't mean that I would necessarily support the creation of a historic district with all of the strings attached. I think that too is an open question of whether that might close off options for the community, close off options for property owners. I would phrase my expectation about that maybe a little differently from how Trustee Browning phrased his. I don't think it is certain that we would ever create that historic preservation district. I do think it's certain that we'll have that conversation. And I'm happy to have that conversation. I will also say that I take a little extra comfort in seeing that the resolution is written to still allow demolitions under the authority of the board. So if there is some wall or walls that need to come down over the next several months, for whatever reason, I'd be very open to considering and supporting it. But I think it buys us some time and buys us some options to generally put a moratorium in place with the possibility of having to relax it either 8 months from now or on an ad hoc basis between now and then.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I think the main reason I'm in favor of the moratorium is because it will force the issue on us deciding where we will this. I think if we don't do this now, then it just gets put off. And put off, not considered. I would rather see that process begin sooner rather than later. I don't want to see that process happen without every business person's input, without the UEC, without the HPC, without a Chamber of Commerce if we hadn't without them. But I do want to see us get to it. And we have options here, just as Trustee Williams said. With the moratorium, it doesn't preclude moving ahead with the property. It just puts limitations on it. So, and I've been back and forth on this. I was not initially inclined to do this. I've been on the fence about it. But I do like dealing with bias that time.
Thank you. Trustee Rowe?
I take to heart the comments that we had from the business owners on Main Street. These are the people who took the risk and have put together viable businesses, and I think a moratorium would only be a roadblock to them at the future development. Given that there's no imminent threat, I think we can work the issue without having an 8-month moratorium. So I am not in favor of this. I think we've seen cooperation, as you say, as Mark pointed out, from the hotel owners. They didn't have to adhere to our sandstone suggestions. The Lorangs, of course, they're putting up what appears to be a beautiful building that will meet all the historical criteria. So I think we need to press forward with the suggestions of the historic district and some of the limitations there, but I don't think a moratorium is necessary to do that.
Trustee Nafty? I appreciate, the intent behind this. I really do. I'm also very concerned about all of the properties that are for sale. And I am concerned about the future of, downtown Main Street. I'm really happy to hear that the chairs of the HPC, EDC, and PCDC are willing to develop a joint recommendation. And I want to, emphasize that this is a temporary moratorium. We're not discussing anything permanent here. We're putting pause, we're just pressing pause. And I feel like over the tenure of this board, we have been pretty open, I would say, to recognizing when a topic is a hot button topic or controversial, and we know when to press pause. And I feel like what this buys us is some time to think this through, to have a discussion at these 3 different commissions with the business owners, of course, their input as well. But I feel like there is nothing permanent to this. It gives us options, as Trustee Williams says, and I like having options, and I like being able to press pause. And just say, okay, this is a temporary moratorium. I don't see anybody rushing to, put in a permit for demolition the next 8 months. I feel like anything that is on the table can wait 8 months. So I feel like this is a reasonable approach. I agree with this. Trustee Hammer?
Yeah, I've struggled with this as well. However, this discussion of leaning toward approving the moratorium, I do think from there's a waiver in there, if somebody wants to demo their building or something, come forward. So it's really not gonna impair any business right now. I do think it's critical for us to hit pause, take a look at this, let's get this. I'm not in agreement that, yeah, we should create a historical district. I think there's some impact to that, but I do think, like I mentioned earlier, the design guidelines were put together by Barney when we were waiting, trying to get something in place. It's a good stopgap, but we really need to have something more to protect our downtown. It doesn't need to be because the PowerPoint that was pulled gave some good examples of towns that did things right, some that didn't. And I think it'd be a shame if we didn't take the time to work through this and come up with something better on the books than what we have in there. So I'll vote in favor.
I'll vote in favor of it too. I was the liaison to the HPC when I was on the board, and me and Trustee Browning was on the board too, when we created the historic preservation ordinance that we have, and Trustee Browning is absolutely right. It is entirely opt-in. I have not made up my mind about creating any sort of historic preservation district. What I would like to see is the pause button pressed so that we can consider everybody's viewpoints and consider what's best for the town. That's all. And when we created that ordinance in 2021, it was in the middle of COVID. And the environment was very different. There wasn't the kind of sea change, I would say, in development and interest in developing lines, as I've personally seen over the past couple of years and just sort of anecdotally heard about, particularly with Sundance coming to Boulder, to be quite honest. I believe that if we don't do anything, if we don't press pause and come up with a plan that works for the entire community, including things like, hey, if you, and I think Administrator Simonson had this idea, if there's a structure you want to tear down, how about we move it for you? Maybe there's state historic preservation funding to help somebody do something like that. So I think we need to think outside the box. Because if we don't, I think we're actually more likely to look like Boulder or to look like Longmont. So I will be voting in favor of this moratorium too. And I know, the timing is such that it's over the winter, where demolition permits are less likely to want to be pulled anyway.
And 8 months will coincide with the end of our term, so it will be something that we can accomplish as a board. So with that, I will call for the vote.
The motion passes 5-2 with trustee Lowell and Browning voting against. 6-2, I'm sorry.
No,
Am I crazy?
Five.
Okay, it's 9 o'clock. I would like to suggest we take a short break before we get into the next general business item.
Sorry, no.
Until 9:02.
Takes me a minute to get there.
You say 10 minutes?
No, it'll take 10.
10. Okay, cool.
Gonna bring everybody, Brandon, are you with us? And Brandon, like. She's so absolutely. Attorney Jittman, are you with us?
Right, checkers.
You don't like my socks? Yeah. We get it, let's,
Spit on my back, but I don't know.
okay, let's get going. Resolution 2025-61, a resolution of the town of Lyons opting into the Denver Regional Council of Governments Regional Housing Needs Assessment to comply with the housing needs assessment requirements set forth in Colorado Senate Bill 24-174, which was continued from the 8/18 meeting. And I'd like to preface this one too. Again, this was for a timing that I was away for this. I want to give a little bit of background. I have been serving as a DRCOG board director for almost 5 years now. I served when Nick Angelo was mayor because he decided not to serve, and so I did. I've been with the board for quite a long time. DRCOG is a municipal planning organization. They created this plan as an option for municipal members who might not want to or have the means to pay for their own HNA. The timing of this was such that we had a grant to do an HNA. And so we were in the middle of doing our HNA when this DRCOG process was going on. So there's, you know, I've heard some talk about DRCOG having some ulterior motive or some kind of dog in the housing fight, and I can tell you that is absolutely not the case. This is DRCOG trying to help its member organizations. That's all. So, Trustee Browning is my DRCOG alternate, receives every single packet that I receive from DRCOG from every single meeting and the board action follow-ups. DRCOG board meetings are open to the public. You can watch them on Zoom. You can comment. The offer is always open to come with me to a DRCOG board meeting. If anybody at any point would like to take over the position of DRCOG board director, that's absolutely fine too. Although I will say it's a great group of people who care very much about their municipalities and the planning area and what we work to achieve together. So with that.
Yeah, so just here tonight to follow up, this has been in front of you both at the August 4th meeting and the August 18th meeting. During the August 4th meeting, the board that was present at the time indicated the desire to opt in to the regional HNA, and further discussion with the resolution that was presented to you on August 18th, the board expressed desire to provide comment to DRCOG. So Trustee Browning immediately sent comments to staff as a suggested starting point. So staff did not develop our own comments for inclusion in the resolution, rather would just ask that you consider and provide direction to staff on what comments, if any, you'd like to provide to DRCOG. Alternatively, again, you know, the board could direct staff to create an updated state compliant HNA in place of opting in.
And Attorney Jittman,
Yes.
can you talk a little bit about SB 24-174 and what it requires?
It requires participation in a regional housing needs assessment, with which the DRCOG plan would qualify.
The other thing that I want to point out that I forgot to mention is that between the time that the town of Lyons conducted the HNA and added the addendum to the HNA, and the DRCOG regional housing needs assessment got approved for, the board approved it for distribution to see if communities want to opt in. Between those two time points, DOLA created new standards, new requirements for HOAs. So the way I look at it is the town of Lyons, we did our HNA in good faith, thinking that we were fulfilling all the requirements that DOLA would have. DOLA shifted the sands. And Dr. Todd caught that on the back end, just for some additional context.
I would further add that my understanding is the legislation itself also added additional criteria over and above the requirements for the IHOP funded planning grant. So I think it was the legislation that adopted additional language, and then DOLA was charged with kind of interpreting that and setting forth the guidelines.
And all of this is, also going on in the background is like our governor's executive orders, which will, there's rumored lawsuits about them. I haven't seen or heard anything substantial, but I would not be surprised. And the fact that he is term limited, and who knows what is going to be happening with whoever our next governor might be.
Couple questions first. I think your memo mentioned that there are a number of jurisdictions that we both municipalities and counties who are not signing on with the Dr. Cog needs assessment. Of those that are not signing on, how many of them are doing their own needs assessment, and how many of them are just opting not to play this game?
I do not know the answer for how many are not signing on, although, yeah, Dr. Cog did not share that information.
No, they shared the number.
They shared the number, but not whether or not they're.
We could ask.
Do we know who they are?
No, he just gave us the numbers of how many are opting in, how many are not, and how many they've not heard from.
Yeah.
But we can ask if you'd like
Just to
to.
be clear, there are really three alternatives here, right? Sign on with Dr. Cog's numbers, I'm hearing that. Your own, or three, don't. Opt out, don't do.
Yeah, do nothing is always an option as well.
And the third option, if you do nothing, the consequences in the statute are you get deprioritized, not disqualified, it may be the same thing, deprioritized, correct, for two types of grants. Housing assistance grants and land use planning grants. I think we're all pretty familiar with the housing grant situation, although that changed this week, right? Because didn't Governor Polis yank 130 million out of Proposition 123 funds?
I'm not up to speed on the final budget discussions at the state level.
Anybody else? Where
That's my understanding.
There's that. And as to land use planning grants, in recent years, what grants has the town of Lyons gotten from the state for land use planning?
I would probably on Director Simonson, but I'm aware of three. We have the joint housing coordinator position with Netherlands through DOLA. We have,
We had the original HNA.
we had the original HNA grant, and then, we actually received, it was an EIAF grant, but it was to support development of our comprehensive plan. So I'm aware of those three. I don't know if there are more
The
that,
comp plan, the housing features plan was the land use planning? And not housing?
Yeah, it was through DOLA. It was
There's
through,
some DOLA, yeah, but was it classified as a housing?
it was local capacity.
I don't know how I do not know how the state would classify that difference.
Yeah, I mean, there's no like grant to say this is a housing grant or this is a planning grant, right? It's up to interpretation as to what that means. And I think, reasonable minds can maybe differ on how narrow or how broad that may be considered, but there's not like a set, this is a housing grant, this is a planning grant, I guess is the point.
I guess, well, I mean, statute uses those terms, so somebody's gonna have to determine what they are, right?
Yep, someone will, yep.
I considered the HFB thing as a housing planning grant. I knew about the comp plan grant and the other land use planning grant. Which also is sort of, I'm sure that should be land use planning is the partnership for the regional housing.
Authority, that's the same funding as the HNA was under. It's called an LPC, local capacity planning grant.
Yeah, local planning capacity.
Yep, local planning capacities, that's why I think it's under.
Okay, any questions?
Other questions for staff? Or about Dr. Cog in general?
We got asked a couple of weeks ago about, is there a way for us to record our disagreements on the information, whether we do that by resolution or staff looked into that at all and
They said they will accept
Yeah,
comments.
they'll certainly accept really any
that's what
comment,
that last paragraph is about?
last paragraph.
In your cover memo.
Yes. So let me pull up that language just for,
They
everyone.
said they are not willing to redo the
Right,
data
that I saw.
overall, but they welcome comments.
Yeah.
From everyone.
Yeah, I would like to see us just put those comments in there, because I'd like to see us going on record indicating that we are aware that there are in fact discrepancies in that they have been utilizing resources that are not necessarily accurate. And I don't think that, to me, that's enough. I certainly don't want us to do our own. I don't want us to not do it at all. And I think any remote concern, and I think they are remote concerns for me, that we would be held accountable for that information later on. Are assuaged by going ahead and just having those comments from somebody.
I agree with you, Jen.
Trustee Hammer?
I agree with the mayor pro tem as well.
Trustee Roll?
So the information that's included in our packet here, the suggested changes to resolution 2025-61. Those are authored by trustee Browning.
Correct.
Are you going to make a formal motion?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
I think we had a healthy conversation last time about how it would be helpful to include comments and how Dr. Cog had actually set up a process for offering comment. And I would hate to see us miss that opportunity by just saying no comment, as we had briefly considered. I do think that there's a fine line between putting a marker down and noting that there are some inconsistencies in numbers and reminding people that we've actually already created our assessment, between taking that stance and having a longer critique of the plan into which we're operating. So I don't have any reason to question the validity of the comments that trustee Browning has offered up. I might question the wisdom of including that length and that detail of criticism. Rather than do it that way, my suggestion would be that we take his last paragraph and reference the fact that we've already created an assessment, we've already taken actions, and we have our doubts about their numbers, and we have doubts about some of their details. That we put down that marker, call that a comment, and then follow up by requesting whatever kind of conferences and discussions and latitude and collaborative corrections we can get out of the Dr. Cobb group.
And which may be, which brings up a point, so the next step in this is the action plan. Can you talk a little bit about that process and that timeline?
2028.
Yes, you do. You absolutely do. I just wanna point out that there are 2 years between this and having to even talk about an action plan. What might happen in those 2 years, who knows? Okay, trustee Browning.
My comments, which I will offer in a minute as a formal amendment. I deliberately did not get into all the details of all of the many egregious errors that ended up in those numbers. I left that out. I tried to make my comments as non-pejorative, I guess if that's the right word, as possible. And simply said, we have questions and concerns about the data, not dive into the data. On the other hand, I think it is important if we want to set the stage for future discussions with Dr. Cobb or whoever it may turn out to be, governor office, whoever it may turn out to be, that we at least include a description of what we have done in Lyons to try to address the concern here, which is the lack of affordable housing in our town and in the region and in the state. And we've done a lot of things, and I think it's important for us to basically make a record of that. And there are several references in here to the housing futures plan and addendum that we spent a lot of time crafting. I adopted it by reference at one point rather than going through all the detailed points. But I think it's important for us to say our boards of trustees set local housing goals and we think we've met. I think it's important to say we were ahead of the state on encouraging to incentivizing ADUs, and we're still doing that. And I think it's important to say that we have some proposals on our own. Continue, even though we have met our local housing goals, to continue to do more housing. And that's all this does. And then we just, we want to have discussion about some of these numbers that we have questions that we're talking about. I didn't go into pointing all the areas out, and I didn't use the adjectives I have used in newspaper articles and social media that we use in this meeting to describe the mistakes that I've made, because I think they're multiple and they're egregious. But these comments deliberately spread away from that. If somebody thinks these are still too harsh and wants to propose amendments to them, that's fine. But I tried to keep them as non-argumentative as possible and basically make the record of here's what we've done in lines to address housing needs. Here's what we hope to do in the future. We'd like to discuss in the membership. That's what we said.
So I know Mayor Pro Tem said, go back to Dr. Cog about questioning about the validity of data, which that's why I agree. But this note, which I appreciate the time you took to write this, should go to DOLA, correct? I mean, because Dr. Cog's just facilitating the needs assessment.
I'm fine, but we have to, in signing on to Dr. Cog, I'm fine with taking it to the DOLA too. It's fine with me. But I think what we're doing right now is we're notifying Dr. Cog whether we're going to sign on to their regional housing needs assessment. And they've invited comments, so they've invited these, okay, if it looks like what happened, the majority says, yes, we want to sign on to this, you can say, you want to sign on, here's the comments you requested. We're just doing what they requested, and if they forward them to DOLA, or we separately want to talk to DOLA, we talk to DOLA all the time. Here's our comments about regional housing needs assessment.
My understanding is Dr. Cog will be forwarding the comments to DOLA, given that DOLA is the state entity charged with kind of overseeing compliance. So these to your point, Dr. Cog is facilitating the process. And then all comments will be shared with DOLA. Exactly what they're going to do with them, I think is still TBD.
Well, and I think comments provide necessary context. And so I'm all in favor of including the comments. I had some notes here about whether we needed this level of detail. And about, well, yeah, we set the board at the time in 2017 set goals, but that's almost 10 years ago. So
Happy to pull it up.
it would beg the question of like, okay, so do we?
And we've been trying for 10 years to meet.
Well, and do we need to revise those goals considering the landscape has?
That's a separate question.
Yeah,
And then before us.
yeah. So, I appreciate the effort that went into drafting the comments. I'm not sure I would agree with the suggested changes to the resolution itself. I don't know that they add much to the resolution.
The resolution included a bunch of comments.
No, the comments, yes, the comments in section 2, but under 1 and 2 here, well, you know what, maybe, Mark, I'm sorry, trustee Browning, maybe the thing to do would be to have you suggest an amendment officially.
I drafted it in the form of the motion as a amendment to resolution 2025, so I would make the motion to.
Let's get a first and a second on the resolution and then, yeah.
Did we not do that?
Not tonight.
We've been discussing it, okay.
Yeah. Okay,
All right.
is there a motion on resolution 2025-61?
And there's the third resolution, 2025-61, resolution of the town of Lyons, the Denver Regional Council of Governments Regional Housing Needs Assessment, with the housing needs assessment requirements.
Thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, and this.
I would like to offer an amendment to resolution 2025-61 in the form of Those changes to four whereases and comments as set forth in the, document that is in the packet.
Okay. So do we want to start with the whereases?
Second.
I'll second.
Any changes?
I think considering what the comments are, I don't think the first two, the changes to the whereases are necessary. Your thoughts?
Just want to make sure that down in the comments there is some reference. Corresponding reference to. You have questions about the value.
It's in the last part.
It's in the last paragraph, it's number 13, and I actually personally feel like number 13 is all that would be necessary.
Is what? Excuse me? Unnecessary?
All that is necessary.
All that's.
All would be necessary. Dr. Cobb's needs assessment fits on his overall housing picture as reflected in these comments, and each HFP is a complex issue. The town has questions about the accuracy and timeliness of some of the data underlying Dr. Cobb's needs assessment. The town would like to explore such assessment and data further, but Dr. Cobb, that part, we know they are not willing to do so. And I personally feel like the rest is too much.
But again, I think it is important to. In a document that's going to be records for the future, to stake out what we have done, we're still doing about house, and I think that's a key part of the conversation. Partly because I think the town of Lyons is far ahead of most other places that what we've done in their continuing to do. I think that's an important element. That's what we're basically, most of these comments say, here's what we've done. It's the goals, we've met them, we're still working on it, and all this pretty much factual stuff. Not really
Well, I don't agree with
what you should do, but I think if you don't put in the record where you're coming from, just saying we have questions about your numbers isn't good enough. I really don't think that's sufficient. I think it's important to make the record of what we've done.
Trustee Gotcha?
I hear what you're saying. And I appreciate all the detail you put into these comments, but I take issue with comment number 4, for example, and I don't know if I felt comfortable including it. So, and if we are going to include these comments as they are, then I'd like to review each comment and see how we feel about each comment. Because there are some I feel comfortable with and there are some I don't feel comfortable with.
I wish to make changes to these comments, I think we fine. I circulated many things, everybody would have changes to these.
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Williams. I feel like number 13 kind of encapsulates everything. I feel like everything detailed to review everything.
Trustee Williams?
For a second there, we were going to focus on the whereas clauses. And I'd be inclined to strike the first two and keep the second, the third, and the fourth. Believing, as I think you checked, Trustee Browning, that those points are made in the comments. Even in comment 13, even if we only decided to keep 13, which is an open question. For my part, on the inclusion of the rest of the comments, I wouldn't want to lose this content. So if there is a way to create a comment letter, if there's a way to have this as the agenda or the presentation that's made in the discussion that we have with staff, with Dr. Cogg's staff or DOLA staff, then I'd be open to taking these comments there. If there's no other way that we can preserve the content that's in these comments, then I'd be open to including them in this comment rather than just taking them.
Trustee Earl?
I think, we can argue about the whereases, but I think the comment section needs to stay as is. If only for posterity's sake. we have seen too many instances of where resolutions and data were lost between boards. I would like to see this memorialized in here, these comments should stay.
Okay, so let's, and thank you, trustee Williams, for bringing this up. Let's start at the top here. Okay, otherwise we're gonna, here we'll go around in circles a bit. I am not in favor of adding the changes in under number 1. In the whereases.
I don't agree.
Trustee Hammer,
We hope.
trustee Darcy,
I agree with both of you. Trustee Will?
I think that's the whole point, the first whereas is the point of that, the accuracy and the sources.
what's in that, if we keep in the comments, then
No, I think it needs to be the first whereas is well. I just.
do it first.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of it.
Making a list here.
Oh,
Trustee Williams,
I do like the third, whereas I think we have no other natural place to explain that we are making comments and why we've been invited to make comments, and I think it's worth saying aloud, they opened the process to comments. So here they are.
And I was looking at each word, whereas, separately.
you're talking about.
I do agree with trustee Williams on the last reference. So it'd be the first 3, I think, budgeting thing.
Talking about the third one, there are actually 4 here, one's in the second paragraph.
Yeah, so which of the one that you're like to keep?
1.1 or 1.3, I'll call it. Whereas the town's been
Correct.
provided the opportunity.
1.3 would be 1.3.
So this one,
Yeah,
Yes.
keep that one.
I think it's important to keep that one just for clarity's sake.
okay. Okay, so we'll keep that one, and then, under number 2 here,
The second one, you, based on that decision, you would strike, you would say subject to the foregoing paragraph. So the 3 paragraphs that you struck through, and the comments in section T below. The town of Lyons in the underlined words considers it advisable to opt in. Prior drafts said the town of Lyons desires to opt in. I'm not sure the desire to opt in if we weren't didn't have a gun to our heads. So I just say we consider it advisable to opt in.
Agreed.
Agree.
So keep this one, but amend this phrasing in here, just subject to the foregoing and the comments in section 2. Okay.
great. Okay. Now, as to the comments. I'm fine with keeping comment number 1. It's factual. You also okay with keeping number 1 as is? Comment number 2, I think could be simplified to say a draft HFP was accepted and amended with an addendum by the BOT in January 2024. References hereby made to the addendum for details of Lyons housing situation.
Yeah, so.
I would actually strike 4, 5, and 6. What about 2? What about 3? Oh, sorry, I skipped 3 because I'm actually fine with 3.
So,
4, 5, and 6, I don't think they're germane to the conversation. I think that I don't think that the Dr. Khan organization or DOLA is going to care about these kinds of details when they're creating the housing action plan. I understand that you want to memorialize this. I totally get that. And, you know, if the board decides that you'd rather include all of this detail, certainly. I'll support the board, but I feel like it's sort of. It feels just too explanatory. Yes.
I would agree with you, that Dr. Cog and Bill perhaps do not care what Lyon citizens think about housing, and do not care what the local board of trustees has set for its local housing goals. I think they should care. And to me, this is a placeholder saying, we think you should care about these things. What our citizens think to what our boards of trustees have done. And both things are extremely important, and I believe with Dr. Cog or Bill to ignore those. So shows you why we have a problem.
Can I explain why I take issue with number 4? As I explained to trustee Lowell after our last workshop, I have a real issue with giving so much importance to what I consider a snapshot of a portion of the citizens' views on housing with the survey we conducted in November 24, when we spent 2 years collecting community input on housing goals. I mean, that became our comprehensive plan, which was supposed to be our roadmap for the next 10 to 15 years. And I feel like we constantly, conveniently put aside the comp plan that we spent a whole term on. And we keep coming back to this one survey that was open for public comment for a few weeks. We literally spent 2 years. So I just don't give as much importance to that snapshot as I do to the comprehensive plan and housing goals set forth in the comprehensive plan.
That's why I specifically included paragraph 8. You would do that comprehensive plan.
Sure, but you only included one policy. And there are several housing goals in the comprehensive plan.
No, the comprehensive plan did not set out goals.
Of course we did.
No, it didn't.
I was on the Housing and Human
You
Services
did not
Commission that
amend
whole
board of
time.
trustees resolutions with a comprehensive plan.
That was our roadmap. When we adopted that, we literally agreed that that would be our roadmap going forth. That is how we conducted the community
Indeed,
input.
but it did not set out.
It didn't set numerical housing goals,
That's
as I
correct.
think what trustee Browning was saying.
Well, I have several goals here that are not included. 8 is one policy and some land use policy.
That would be fine with me. I was just trying to summarize in one paragraph, and I was
Yes.
trying to make the record that our comprehensive plan included a goal for affordable housing. I thought that was important, and I did.
Well, there are
So I
several,
included it in,
There are
I think the
several
one that I
aspects.
thought was.
and it was adopted in 2023, January of 2023.
And that survey was the majority of respondents, not the majority of citizens.
Right. Whereas
There was
for me,
only
the comprehensive
200.
plan represents the majority of citizens.
Yeah, it was the
There was-
majority of respondents.
That's correct. I'd be fine with that change.
So it's only a couple hundred.
It was more than 300. It's one of the most comprehensive, one of the largest responses we've had to a survey. But you're right, because the majority of respondents. Desires, right.
I'd love to revisit the numbers of citizens who participated in the comprehensive plan because I feel like it is a much larger sector of the population.
So general that we linked into that. So it's
Yeah.
so general, none of us have
Let's
specific
not,
power.
okay.
Yeah, because that's the.
Okay, so a majority of respondents desires.
You're keeping 4. I heard 2.
I'm not comfortable with it, but I'll go with whatever the majority is.
Well, let's find out what the majority wants.
I don't believe 4, 5, and 6 are buses.
Trustee Henry?
I'm having a problem with 4 because I recall the general direction of the survey, but I don't know it's that conclusive. So I have difficulty and then, yeah, 5, I think it'd be good to clean it up in 5 and 6. Not necessarily seven, I think.
7, I agree, yes.
Yeah, makes, probably cleaning up some of the language on some.
Okay, so let's stick to 4 for now.
So in the second line, change citizens to respondents, because we did conduct a survey of the citizens fields. So it's just the second citizens to respondents.
You would like to keep.
You have to keep it, it says it conducted a survey of the citizens views on housing.
You would like to keep number 4 in general?
Oh, yes, in general,
Okay,
with that change.
and trustee Browning, I think I know your view, trustee Williams.
Honestly, I don't have a preference. I'm convinced that we need more than just the last paragraph. I think some of this detail is good. I tend to think the comments that describe actions, not policies, are the most compelling. But I could be talked into even 4, 5, and 6. I don't have any problem with anything that's in 4, 5, and 6.
I would like to strike 4, so that's 4, just strike 4, so we'll be striking.
Could I suggest, would it be better to put it in chronological order for whoever's reading it? I just realized we go 24, 2016, 2023, 27. Maybe that would help paint this picture a little better, that for over 10 years, or almost 10 years, we've been addressing this. You know, and it started in, I don't know, I just.
I think so, but let's get through what we're doing.
Which one do you want first?
So
Okay.
4 is strike 4?
Correct. Okay, how about 5, 6, and 7 kind of go together? So, I'll start on your end, trustee Williams.
I'd say keep them since I care about 7.
And trustee Browning, I'm gonna assume.
I don't think you live together. I can set us and put down at 5 and 6. If we do want to put them together, then I'll say yes. I'm with trustee.
Trustee Will,
5, 6, and 7 as is.
trustee Dodson,
I'm okay either way, to either combine them or just go with 7.
trustee Hammer,
I would strike 5 and 6 and then 7, just clean it up and taking up the specific properties.
Where'd that come out then?
though, well, that came out as a majority wanting, agreeing to keep 5, 6, and 7.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think that's correct.
Okay.
I think it's
Keep
majority
7.
going to keep just 7.
Agreed.
Okay,
Trustee Hammer,
just 7, right?
Yeah, just 7.
sorry,
Okay,
thank
I
you.
think that is the-
Yeah, thank you for keeping on a sec. Okay, so we're gonna strike 4, 5, and 6. Alright, anybody have a keeping 8?
In response to trustee Bailey's comments, I was really just trying to put a marker there, how to get our comprehensive plan. Consider it formal housing report. Maybe I would offer an amendment to that, say lines 2020, that's just a typo, 2023 comprehensive plan compliance drive includes, say, many policies in support of many policies supporting affordable housing, including policy, whatever, just using that as.
Yeah,
That's great.
I would love to list all of them.
List them all or just
No.
say many policies such as,
Right.
okay.
Anybody else have any changes or thoughts on 8? Number 9. Thoughts or changes on number 9?
I
Like 9.
Factual, and I think.
Yeah.
we're-
Yeah,
Okay. Number 10.
What I was doing there was I was trying to give a quick one of what we've done.
Yeah,
That's what I was
and
trying to do.
I agree with that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Getting nods. All right, 11.
The second half of them. Or just the first sentence? Or,
Um. Maybe we can strike the second sentence. If that makes me the timing, feasibility,
Second,
housing,
that's what
property,
they're- that's fine.
I was again trying to set the stage of what we, yeah, we just.
Yeah.
We have one property in town that might be R3.
Yeah.
High
But they're,
density housing.
but that,
Yeah, and it has.
I would actually, I would suggest, removing the second sentence, the middle sentence that starts with however.
That's fine. Just
Keeping the last
Keeping the last
I just
sentence.
wanted to paint a picture.
Yeah,
But I read this, that you got all these other towns.
Strike
that
the
have
second,
all these
keep the
people up there.
last.
We've got one. That's all we got.
Anybody have an issue with striking the second sentence in number 11?
I just wanna make sure it's the property I'm thinking of. Is the one behind.
that's behind the,
Right here.
T-Mobile.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
the backside of the,
anybody have a problem with 12?
spectral. Comment to the, inappropriate.
Great. And 13?
What was 12?
It's fine.
Photograph,
Well,
the
keep-
13.
we'll keep 13.
And I do think that the suggestion to put these in chronological order is a good one, and I would certainly be grateful to staff.
Okay.
And I do wanna say, I mean, after looking through all these. I do see the 13 and the problems, I appreciate all of them. Most of them.
Okay, so my understanding is that we voted, that the board voted on this resolution and then
They,
took it up again.
so they gave direction to staff to bring forth a resolution to opt in, and then that was presented on, so that happened on August 4th. Majority of the board requested the resolution to opt in, and so on August 18th, we presented the resolution. And then the desire for providing comments was discussed on the 18th, as well as the desire to have you present for this discussion. So here we are tonight. Tonight is the last opportunity you have at a regular meeting. So I'll share these comments with Dr. Cog before September 12th.
Okay,
Would you like to see it before we send it?
I don't feel we need to. Do we need to, my question, I guess, is do we need to vote on the resolution?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, mine was mine was
His is an
proposed
addendum.
amendment, so I guess we need to vote on mine.
Yeah.
We kind of just voted on it.
Okay. So,
He did, you seconded
all
it,
right.
so now it's the addendum.
So what, you consider to have passed the amendment?
No, we
No.
need to vote, we need to.
It's the other, yeah.
So I would like to make a motion to approve the amendment as discussed at length. Is there a second?
One second.
Further discussion at length. Great.
And the motion passes 6-1 with trustee Browning voting against.
And now let us vote on the resolution as amended.
Wait,
But
I'd like discussion on the resolution.
okay.
I will try to be as brief as possible, but I think it's going to make a record here, and I don't want to go at length like I've covered the errors and stuff earlier, but I want to make a record. For future reference. Trustee Rowland discussing. I can think of one good reason to support this resolution. That is simply to buy time. But be careful, you're not buying until 2028. If you pass this resolution, you're signing on to a three-part process. Second part is the housing action plan, for which, if this stays in place, you will have to hire expensive outside consultants to do your housing action plan. It's too difficult, too complicated to do on our own, just like the legal stuff. So you're signing on to a commitment to do an action plan. The deadline is 2028, but like comprehensive plan or our own housing needs assessment, to get it done by 2028, you'll have to do it much earlier than that, probably starting at least early in 2027. So that's what, but I understand that we do buy some time to see what happens with the governor's order, who the next government can be. And perhaps buy time between now and 2028. And get a couple of key grants from the state. Talk about that we need a bit. On the other hand, there are a number of good reasons, and I'll try to do them quickly to vote against this. The numbers we're signing on tend to are blatantly, badly material things. Accepting them and being bound to adopt an action plan, and not only an action plan, but the statute requires implementation steps for that action plan. It would be things we cannot afford, is a big mistake in direction for this town. This needs a sense that does not reflect the views of the citizens of Lyons. That alone is a reason to work with. This resolution, this HNA, this regional housing needs assessment, is contrary to the local housing bills that our elected boards of trustees have adopted. Multiple boards have spent years, a lot of money, a lot of time and effort to reach, and we have reached them. And I would add that by taking those out of the comments, the little years and years of board action and implementations. The consequences of opting out of this are deprioritization for housing grants and land use. The housing grants, we've met our housing goal. We may continue to do other things opportunistically, but we've met our housing goals. We don't need any more housing grants. Land use planning, next time we do a comprehensive plan, we can do a better job on our own without a consultant. And I would add that throughout this process, I'm disappointed that the town staff did not properly inform the board of trustees and the public about the consequences of opting out. That the option of just doing nothing is never properly explained. Also, I recognize this will probably pass, but I don't want it to be unanimous, so I'll be voting against it. And but I would also say that I hope that this on the record, that I hope the future board of trustees, when given the opportunity, will rescind this resolution. I'll be letting them.
Any other comments?
And the motion passes 6-1. Trustee Brown, you vote with yes.
Thank you. All right. Discussion direction on 2026 budget priorities and other budget items.
Good night.
Thank you, Lisa.
Night.
Good night. So what are you hoping to get from us?
This was mostly informational. The things that I think if there were any capital projects that anyone was opposed to, including in the draft budget or trying to include in the draft budget, and then, citizen survey, questions, but really this was mostly informational as a preface to the draft budget that you'll be receiving.
Anyone want to provide any input on the budget?
I just want to ask first, do you feel like you got the information you need for the question?
Not yet. I think we did discuss, the overall, what do you want to see in the budget? Looking, reviewing some of the questions from last year and then prioritizing streets, which streets you want to prioritize. If there's no other, I can give a little more time. It just means less time for the town to fill out the survey. So if anybody, in the meantime wanted to do a question,
I
could always add it,
so I like. What was there? I don't know that we heard from anybody. If you want additional questions.
Anybody want additional questions or areas added?
I think the idea to add, what streets do you think? The most impressive. I think that, I thought this went very well last, got a lot of comments and substantive, and so.
This will be our
Work
third.
once, but maybe it for the number, but
Yeah.
maybe it's like something.
You know what I would like,
Process of work.
what I would like to see, if it's possible with the survey tool is, how you can move rankings? So if we look at like the streets that we're thinking about, we can have people literally move second to the top and then, you know, if there's a way to do that.
So would you like me to list like five streets and then have them prioritize those
Right.
five
I
streets?
think so.
Yeah, I guess so, I mean. It'd be hard to find.
Well, otherwise you'd rather.
They're all gonna say their
I
own.
mean, the trouble is, they're like, Kelly Drive, there's one, mentioning one of the capital plans, there's only 12,000 in Kelly Drive, so. That's probably, it was very, I don't know. I guess you could. But I would say use the ones that haven't been resurfaced in the last 2 or 3 years, there's been a lot of those.
Sometimes you get good information by setting it up as a conjoint analysis where you give people A or B, A or B, A or B, so railroad or whatever the two are going to be. Third or second, whatever the two might be, and maybe there's another pair, it's probably not Ewald and Kelp, but
But then you'd have to prioritize the pairs.
not necessarily. Not
Like you did
necessarily.
them by neighborhood, maybe? So those,
But I think this was a townwide survey, so if you would say, yeah, I prioritize Railroad over Park and I prioritize Kelling over Ewald, that doesn't tell you how to rank between those two and.
Well, maybe we don't have to make a choice between those two. We're probably not choosing between railroad and second. We're choosing between second and third, choosing between railroad and something.
I don't know.
The last time we just had them listed.
Right.
So far.
Right.
So,
What street do you think-
just do it that way,
We're over.
because if you have 5 streets in an other category, you know that the other category is probably not the majority of answers, so just ask.
And let them
their
list.
opinion.
Seems fine. One other, uncertainty that I'm struggling with, not having all the context of what this looked like last year, or how it was distilled into the board's priorities, or how the board's priorities ultimately were fashioned, is how last year's priorities should flow into this survey and into this year's board process. So do we also have an open-ended question? What are your budget priorities? for
yeah,
the
that's
town?
it, open-ended, yep.
Should it be open-ended or should it be the 4 categories from 2025? And ask people what they now think the priorities should be. I'm open to either answer. I just think there should be some anchoring of this 2026 planning process to where we stand, having come into it as a board in 2024.
I love the idea of having an open-ended question. Personally. Mark, I thought you were going for Laverne's portrait.
No.
I asked her.
I was getting the budget. Our budget book has what we did last year.
Trustee William, are you referring to like in 2025, the town resurfaced these, like what they said,
Yeah.
and then in 2026, what are your priorities?
Yeah, I could
Can you
imagine,
try
for
to transition
example,
it?
offering 3 questions. Which streets would you prioritize for resurfacing or other repairs? What overall budget priorities do you think ought to be at the top of Lions list? And in 2025, the Board of Trustees identified wildfire mitigation, housing, infrastructure, and economic development as 4 key areas. Which would you prioritize of those 4? 3 separate questions, eliciting what they think and whether they think we're on the right track or these things are done, or maybe we're on the right track.
I would actually rank the ones in the last question.
Sure.
I would ask them to rank them 1 to 4.
That's a good check on, you know, good gut check on. How are we doing?
I like.
How many questions were on the survey last year?
4 or 5.
Okay, and I'm trying to remember, did we ask people to rank like infrastructure and stormwater and street improvement? Like, how did we?
No.
How do we word that? You
That
have
was in
that?
the sales tax question.
No, that was
Down
the
as
first
many
year.
infrastructure needs, please select which project was your capital improvement priority. Then I guess when this was given them some list.
We did streets improvements, wastewater and stormwater.
I'd like to know where the priority lies between those 3 for sure.
last year, it was streets first, wastewater, then stormwater. The hard thing then I think that the public doesn't always understand is, we did prioritize stormwater, it just takes time to get there, where we're seeking out a loan and, so I think sometimes that's hard, they just haven't seen it yet because, we're not there, but,
Did last year's have a comment section as well?
Yeah.
We got lots.
Yeah, we did.
368.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people.
No, but it's
And
more than the
some-
first year.
We could never find three to serve on the
I
city
think-
budget advisory.
I think
That's a lot.
the first year we did it, which would have been in 2022.
was maybe 40.
It was maybe 40 people, so there have been more people responding every year than we've done, and I think people are getting used to it.
Maybe there's some value to following the pattern that we've had in prior years. That makes data, questions and the experience comparable.
I think we have a good idea.
From an educator's perspective, is there, does anybody see the value in maybe, reminding people what we have done this year when we ask the question for next year? Like, for example, I think of streets and just say,
Yeah,
2025, we focused on this, this and this and this. For 2026, what would be your, the street you prioritize? I feel like there's
Just so
a
they
big
know we
issue
got
at the same
some,
time,
Yeah, context.
right?
Yeah.
Longer.
I think we have a good idea.
You think you have an
Do you
idea?
want it to go to the board before it goes out?
I think probably.
Okay. So we will, Cassie and I will try to get this together. Actually, this week and get to you.
Okay.
Um,
Can you take
Any-
any little feedback?
I can take individual comments, yeah. To
Would you
me,
rather it be a board discussion?
not necessarily, I think we have a good understanding, I think we're gonna have a question regarding, we're gonna keep it very similar to last year. A street question. And then the goal areas and have people prioritize those again. Most critical capital needs, and we can give them some ideas if we want to, and other comments.
Great. Okay, terrific. So our last discussion direction item is,
Let me add one thing on that.
Yeah.
I gave my comments at the workshop on most of the big ticket items, and there's a number of smaller things that I'm.
You can
Steph, I would
call
send.
Cassie, yeah.
Feel
give
free
us-
to email, call.
Sure.
Anybody else wants to see a link, so.
From the workshop, can I summarize that? quick?
yeah, please.
So breaking out lodging taxes separately. We didn't get feedback on a considering smaller incremental increases for utilities instead of waiting 4 or 5 years.
Does that need to be, an item placed on the agenda? Because I think we have to do that like right away. I don't know that we can put it in the budget because we can't act on it.
I think that's a great suggestion to have it as an agenda item, and it'll give people a heads up.
Right.
For like September, so that it could be in place by January.
Yeah, it'd be great if we could, I think it needs to be in place by January 1st.
My inclination would be to do that with water rates. And potentially electric rates like we did. Like we have already for
With fire.
wastewater.
Okay,
Yeah, and I actually, that's the other thing I was going to suggest is that we do with electricity what we've done with wastewater. I don't like seeing those numbers flat straight through all those years.
Yeah.
When we're looking at that kind of deficit.
And it's a little more different. It's a little bit different with electric because we don't get information from mean or our wholesale rates until a certain time. But
Attorney Dittman?
Yeah, there's also different notice requirements for electric, and so you can't just increase those as easily as you can with the other utilities. So, not saying we can't do this, but to keep in mind there is a little bit more noticing required to increase electric rates.
Thank you.
then I have build in wholesale water increases from Longmont that are known into the long-term plan. Oh, if we take another state loan, we'll have to add debt service, that's another thing. And then. That was most of those are the comments I had.
And what about the list of future considerations?
I've already.
Oh, and then making a separate column, yeah.
ongoing negotiations with the sheriff's office.
Yes, that's in there. Tank, and then there's some you need to discuss probably.
Just the beginning.
Yes. Yes.
Anything else on budget from anyone?
Well, to be honest, I would really love to hear Sergeant Chris' opinion, since he has been involved with Lions for so many years. And just recently, I would love to know how many people he feels like we need in Lions. Well, how many deputies?
Oh, definitely.
How many deputies does he feel like?
It's gonna be the last of those questions. I mean, we need, I think we made it clear, we need them in here to talk with us about that increase.
Yeah.
So I think we can ask those questions. We have a lot of questions.
Do you think he will be here for that?
Well, I think it's a strong
I
request.
can talk with him too on.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think he doesn't have any say in what
Right.
the,
sure,
and.
but I think he has more of like a, like a.
Yeah,
Right,
this is
exactly,
What's needed.
Yeah,
exactly,
Yeah.
yeah, more of a pragmatic,
yeah,
Well, let's not,
I'd like to
let's not surprise it.
right.
Yeah, I will, I
well,
will.
administrator will talk to him. Okay, anything else on budget? All right, our last discussion direction item is on parade routes and safety. This is something that Administrator Simonson and I have been talking about it for, it seems like a couple of years now. When it comes to, gosh, this is something that we should probably start talking about. And then as the years go on and more incidents occur, I think it's important for the board to start discussing whether we want to make changes to the way that we do our parades, the way that we imagine our parades and community celebrations, because the truth is, it's a scary world out there. And it seems like it gets scarier every year, so. I want to bring this up to the board because I believe it is a board and community decision.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on your intent behind this discussion, if you listen, how that's, are you concerned about recent attacks that happening to the places?
Yeah, I'm concerned that somebody's gonna ram a car through one of our parades.
So is your main concern about Main Street?
How would that make any difference if it was on High Street?
Well, I think, I don't know, I don't know, because,
I don't know that, I thought, oh, well, even if you do Second and then Pine, you gotta cross Main Street. I think we're at risk regardless, and I think it's already hard enough for Main Street businesses. I really would not like to take that away from them. There's. I was in New York City when Benjamin Netanyahu came a number of years ago, long before all of this. And every single street had a snowplow filled with sand on it, because he was walking the synagogue on the set. We can't do that. We can't stop something from happening if it's going to happen. I think I would not like to see us move out.
well, I think that we have more control over what we can do in our streets on a street that is not owned by CDOT.
Well, and you're not holding traffic back for 30 minutes that are getting really irritated because they didn't.
So can I ask, in the history of parades and lines that have taken place on Main Street, I don't know,
They all have for.
I have no
20
idea
years.
how many years it's been, like
Over 20.
over 20 years?
Yeah.
And the
Some go
sheriff's
back
department
to
has
7.
always closed off Main, right, on both sides. They have like police officer cars there kind of blocking traffic
For
and
that. to be
and
more
detour.
treated. Yes, and
So-
then we have especially did we hire sheriffs to come this?
Right, so is this a cost issue and a safety issue? I'm just trying to figure out like,
I don't think it's a cost issue.
and have we ever heard of any car ever going around that police
Oh, yeah.
blockade?
4th Avenue up till last year, people were trying to cross every year, and then last year we fixed that one.
And are we?
I don't think you're hearing the comments the sheriff is hearing. Of cars waiting.
I don't know those comments.
People get increasingly angry.
I see. So during that 30-minute period, that's when they're giving feedback.
I'm on my way to a Christmas party in Estes, now I'm gonna be late.
Right.
And I mean, just people get irritated.
Sure.
People's fuses are shorter and. We don't have the protective equipment other communities do. We could, I mean, if we want to invest. The other thing is we don't know how long CDOT's going to allow it.
Right.
If CDOT says we're not gonna close a US highway.
Yeah.
For your, cause their goal is to move traffic.
Sure.
They've done this as a favor for us, but if they were to say we can't, then, well, then we'll address that, but it could be last minute and really disrupt things.
It seems like, I mean, you have 30 minutes, so it's get the parade, rush it through, then everybody disperses. Maybe if it was in a different street, high street or something, people could linger and still get down to Main Street to, move some businesses. I don't know, it seems like a big rush to get the parade through.
Well, we do it twice. We do it end of October and then
Right.
first in December, so it's
Right.
only like 5 weeks apart.
I'm just thinking, is there another way to encourage people to come out? Maybe we'll stick right on.
And I think this agenda item is just to open the discussion, knowing that likely nothing's gonna change this year. Particularly with this spectacular, but I think, in the event that CDOT does say, no, we're not closing our highway for you, let's have a plan in place.
Yeah, and I would love to hear what the EDC has to say. I would love to get some recommendations, especially from the EDC represents business interests. I just know this would affect local businesses for sure.
I think it's a wonderful tradition. I think Main Street is great, the businesses prosper, we pick up some business from that along, I don't know what business they get on the spectacular, see they give up the candy.
Wow.
But if your concern is the nut jobs that are out there, I
Yeah.
think it's well founded. I just don't think if somebody has an intent to do something bad, for political purposes and whatnot, they're gonna find a way to do it, no matter where they should have. If the concern is we have angry, impatient people, well, that's up to the sheriff's deputy to change there.
Well, I would be curious to know whether the sheriff thinks there are more safety measures that could be put in place.
There are, we've talked about it. They're
And-
costly, but there are.
I mean, I don't know about the rest of the board, but I would be willing to spend more money on better safety for that.
I have an idea. Could we ask CDOT to put a snow plow at either end of Main?
Maybe for the Christmas parade, I don't think they do it for the Halloween, I don't think they're geared up for it.
I mean, it's good publicity for CDOT if they did.
I don't think they care about publicity.
Good PR.
I'm actually more concerned about the folks out on the triangle on the weekend. With the-
Oh, there's a
Yeah.
safety fund.
What's that?
They've been meeting with the.
Oh, I understand that, but they're still exposed out there.
They're
And given
choosing.
the traffic that comes through town, very exposed.
Trustee Williams, were you trying to say something?
Yeah, I would just, I'd endorse trustee Lowell's distinction. I think we are a low value soft target. So it's unlikely that there would be some domestic terrorist, even a lone wolf, who would attack lions, and if there were, then there's very little that we can do about it. On the other hand, I think it is useful thinking about the potential road rage outlier, or the possibility of someone who just gets impatient and makes a mistake. Not attacking anyone, just trying to get through an intersection and hurts one of the people. So yes, I think this is something we're thinking about, whether CDOT forces us to or not, but it's in my mind less about the extremely dramatic intentional event and a little bit more about the possibility of something which could also be tragic, but less catastrophic.
Do we want the direction to be, for staff to come back with some additional safety alternatives? And costs associated?
Shouldn't we have a discussion with the sheriff first about this?
Yeah, I would imagine staff could be talking to the sheriff about it.
We have, yeah.
Yeah.
And may I suggest if possible, that we have that discussion in executive session?
I don't think there's a,
discussion of specific threat vectors in our community in a public forum. Was-
That-
you know,
That is a valid reason for an executive session if we wanted to have one.
okay,
We would want to schedule that. I mean, I don't know if we want to do that right now.
no, well, we wouldn't wanna do it without the sheriff present.
I mean, with the, when we have the conversation with the sheriff.
Yeah.
I would like to hear that in executive.
Yeah.
Like you say anything. I think we're mixing several things together. I think planning how to do between the Halloween and the Christmas and the holiday parades and Lions, if CDOT says no on the highways, is one issue. Because I think CDOT could be better. Second issue is, can we make our parade safer? My view on that is that whether it's on a highway or whether it's on some other town street, if somebody who's runs the very traffic, that's not gonna, it's still not believe. I would say that although both the holiday, Halloween and the holiday parades are well-loved traditions in mind to, given our coming budget shortfalls, gotta be a limit in how much we spend on holiday parades, usually the fireworks shows, one reason we cut those, they were well loved too. One reason we cut those out for safety, but another reason was cost. You know, there's gotta be a limit, we can't. The wastewater treatment plant functioning, pave our streets and how much is done. Also to say on the first topic about where you can leave it. I'm not sure there's another good location in the town of Lyons. Along the Great Street. Really impact the residents.
Trustee Darcy?
Yes, I just have to go on the record and say that I will never, ever support the discussion around cancellation of a parade. The parades are part of Lions, it's the fabric of Lions, and everybody loves these parades, so I don't know how we tackle this exactly. I'm happy to have a discussion around cost and security and all the rest, but the parades have to stay.
I don't think anybody
Okay.
has suggested ending.
Okay,
the parade.
okay, just checking.
I suggested it all. I said there's a limit as to how much you can spend on parades.
And there's a way to raise money for parades that doesn't involve the town budget, which is maybe a topic for another night.
Sounds like an LCF grant to me.
They already do, I think. They did the fireworks and the drone show.
Very nice.
Okay. So is that clear as mud?
Mm-hmm. Got it.
I just wanted, I feel like we need to, it's better to address this proactively. You know, there are changes we don't make. All right, trustee reports, trustee Williams.
Not having been assigned as a liaison for your
We
board.
can talk about that.
We should talk about that at some point and have you guys go into fun.
Yeah,
I have very little to contribute to that.
trustee Burning.
Neither the EDC nor the, UEB has met since our last meeting, so no reports on that. I'd like to request a future agenda item, and that's a progress report on the things we directed last time about sale of the Upper Valley Water Treatment Plant.
Okay. It's forthcoming.
Executive session. This is the last education meeting, as well as 11. I would like a future agenda item. Incremental increases of the water fees and begin the process that is different and more lengthy on incremental increases of the fees.
Yeah. Yeah. Trustee Lowe.
College board met, I felt like the wise old gray there because everybody's young. Everybody's enthusiastic, everybody's well credentialed. I just need to kind of remind them of the history and remind them of things like Robert's rules, etc. But it's all gonna work out things.
Great. Great. Trustee Darcy.
Well, I had nothing to report except for these two minor things. I attended the open house at 311 Evans, and I'm hoping those 150 units start getting filled. If not, there's an article in the Restoring Review. They'll be coming out. We'll hopefully get the word out that there are 7 one-bedroom units available for rent. Welcome. And from the Arts and Humanities Commission, I had a great email today from our communications director who informed me that the deadline for the Lions Municipal flag submissions, the design submissions for the flag were due yesterday, no, August 31st. And that we have received 8 submissions with more than 8 designs, because I think there were several submissions with several designs. And so I look forward to seeing these designs come up with the Arts and Humanities Commission hopefully next week. It's next Tuesday. And I do think that when it comes to budget time, we need to think about how much it would cost to replace the flagpole we lost during the flood at Town Hall. So I'm just putting that out there now. And so the Housing and Human Services Commission will meet on September 8th at 4:30, and the Arts and Humanities Commission will meet on the 9th. So next week, Monday and Tuesday. And if you'd like to join me at one of those or take one of those in my place, you're more than welcome to join the fun. 4:30, please.
Is Andrew Jones putting in a flag?
Oh, that's a good question. I've been asked that.
Trustee Hammer?
SFC met 2 weeks ago, and unfortunately, I was out of town, so.
So I want to thank the board again and staff for making it possible for me to wait for so long. I realized it was a big burden. And it's very meaningful, so thank you all for all your hard work.
I would not say it was a burden. It was a.
Now that I'm back and now that Trustee Williams has joined the board, I want to talk about shuffling board and commission assignments. So what I would request is that you email me your top 3 board and commission choices. If it's the same as it is now, that's fine, I just want to know. And then probably do some emailing, phone calling and see where we land, and then
Do not reply all.
yeah, do not reply all, just send them to me, individually send them to me only, don't copy the rest of the board. And then we'll have some conversations at the next board meeting, we'll talk about the assignments. Okay? All right. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
And then, you wanna do that, you wanna do the action.
Oh, sorry, so sorry, summary of action items.
Okay, from the workshop, item 1, lodging tax, trustee Browning would like to see the lodging tax broken out separately for budget purposes. Also, from the workshop, request that the Boulder County Sheriff to provide their long-term 5 to 10-year budget by trustee Daddy. From the workshop, the survey to ask to prioritize streets by Mayor Rogan. Workshop, the potential to sell Tank Hill was put up by trustee Browning. From the workshop, the board would like to relabel the Confluence budget title and review the 5-year list to remove wish list items and create a future consideration list instead. The workshop to the draft survey will be for the board to review at the 9:15 meeting. Number 7, a future agenda item for Dr. Bob community lot licensing. Item 8, ordinance 1195 passed on second reading. Number 9, ordinance 1196 was continued to a date certain of 9:15. Next, I have ordinance 1197 was continued to a date certain of 9:15. Next, I have resolution 2025-61 was passed with approved comments that are to be submitted. Is it to Dr. Pop? Right? Yeah. Budget discussion, the board is aware of sheriff negotiations. There's they discuss utility increases, and the survey questions will be reviewed by the board first. Parade route, I have staff is to come back with additional safety alternatives and costs. We would like to have the sheriff present, and they would also have to like to have that in executive session. Then I had future agenda item from trustee Browning on the Apple Valley Water Plant. Mayor Pro Tem wants an agenda item for utility incremental increases.
Brandon?
No, and I already sent in the revised water policy.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Now, is there a motion to go into
I
executive
move to
session?
go into executive session pursuant to CRS sections 24-6-424A. 24-6-424B and 24-6-424E. For the purpose of discussions concerning the sale of real property, determining positions relevant matters being subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators, and for legal advice from attorneys representing the town regarding the sale of town-owned property located at 2186 Appleton.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Well, second.
Any discussion? No?
And that motion passes unanimously. Brandon, I'll end this and send you the link to the other one.
Thank you. See you soon.
So,